free sewing patterns. Now, if you want to transition from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting, it is best you get used to PDF downloadable sewing patterns. And the best way to actually learn or to start putting your feet in the waters of digital pattern is to start with free sites that you can get free downloadable sewing patterns. In this video, I'm going to be showing you 8 websites that you can get free sewing patterns online. Now, if that is what interests you, don't go away. Stay tuned and let us start with number 8. Now, the number 8 on the list is what I call It's Always Autumn. If you put in It's Always Autumn on Google, it takes you to this page. If you're interested in sewing for your children or sewing for yourself as a female, now this is the website for you. They have all kinds of free sewing patterns, particularly for children. So you can sew for your children. If you have children, you can also sew for your cousins or your sisters that have children. So if you need free sewing patterns for children, you want to learn how to sew for children, this is the site for you. As I said, this is number 8. If you come here, you have 28 free skirt sewing patterns. So different kinds of skirts, you can download it here from this site. They really have a lot. Just try and check it out. I am sure that you will find something here that you will love to try your hands on. So that is number 8. It's always autumn.com. Now, position number 7 is called Peppermint. If you put in peppermint.com in your Google, it takes you to this page. Now, Peppermint is amazing because you can get sewing patterns for all kinds of styles. All kinds of styles, including some DIY projects. Like some of these projects like this, you can get it, padding top, different kinds of projects, tops, blouses, skirts, jumpsuits, pocket skirts, loungewear sets, all kinds of things, all kinds of styles, trousers, wrap tops, all kinds. You can go from this number 1 down a lot. You can go through here, you can see a lot that you can get from this website called Peppermint. So go ahead and check out these websites and see all the free sewing patterns that you can actually get from these amazing websites. Number 6 is So Can She. If you put in socanShe.com, it takes you to this page. Now, what I love about So Can She is that it's not just about sewing patterns. It's about bags. If you're crazy about bags and you need some free handbag patterns, you can get them here. And the good thing about So Can She is that every day they come up with new free sewing patterns for a lot of popular projects. As you can read here you will find sewing projects for all skill levels, whether you're a beginner, whether you're an intermediate person that sews, whether you're somebody that sews advanced things. You have a lot of PDF downloads that are available. And they come with tutorials, including easy step-by-step instructions, printable templates, all things you need. You can even get quilts. You can get patterns to sew for children. You can get patterns to sew for yourself and all that. There is a lot here in So Can She. There's a lot you can find here. So quickly check out this site. You will be so happy that you did. check out this website. You will get a lot of free PDF downloadable sewing patterns for all kinds of projects, especially the bags. And they have beautiful bags, very, very beautiful bag patterns. Believe me, just come and check it out. Look at this one. Look at this bag pattern. It looks so great. So check out this, my number 6, sewcanshe.com. Now, position 5 is so easy. As the name sounds, you can get anything here, whether you're a beginner, whether you're an intermediate sewer, whether you're an advanced sewer. And it's not just patterns. You can get all kinds of things. Once you get to their website, you just go here and click on free patterns. And then you can scroll down and see all kinds of patterns, starting from a hoodie pattern, together with the tutorial on how to sew it. You can get a high-low t-shirt. A lot of patterns here. You can get things like phone wallets, organizer pattern. And the good thing is that there are simple things here that has patterns that you can actually sew and sell. If you want to start looking for little things to sew and sell, you can get some little things. You look at small canvas tote bags. Small canvas tote bag, very cute. There are lots of free downloadable patterns. You look at this bag. Small backpack pattern for small budgets. Look at this bag. It's so cute. And it's free. You can learn. If you want to learn how to make bags, you come here. Just download the free patterns, go through the tutorials on how to make them, and you can make them. And because when you do that, you begin to learn how to use PDF patterns. As I always say, it's best you come and start with free patterns. You learn how PDF patterns look like before you actually say you want to start learning CAD pattern drafting. So your hands will get used to this kind of patterns and all that by using these wonderful sites. Look at this one, DIY money wallet, money belts, running belts. A lot of very, very portable things that you can get here. So go ahead, check out this website, which is my number 5, seweasy.com. Now, number 4 position is sewing.com. Sewing.com has a lot of elegant, free PDF downloadable patterns. Very beautiful patterns. Look at this pattern. It's so cute. It's so cute. So once you see your pattern, you just come down. You can see here, they will tell you. You can magnify the pattern here. You can also download it here. There's a lot here. Look at this place, 10 DIY Roman shirts sewing tutorials and ideas. You can get a lot from this sewing.com. Look at this dress. Look at this red ruby dress. You can get the patterns. All you have to do is to come here where they say download this pattern here and click on it and you download it completely free. Look at this beautiful dress. And most of these styles here, they are for plus sizes. That is, if you're a little bit, healthy. I wouldn't say you're fat. If you're a little bit healthy, this is a very wonderful site for you. So most of the sizes here are for plus sizes. Look at this one. It's so cute. It's amazing. Try this website. You must see something that you like, that you can. So elegant dresses you can find here. If you're for elegance, you want to sew beautiful, nice looking dresses, you can come here. Look at cowl neck. Lots of people find it difficult to sew cowl neck dresses. You can come and try the PDF pattern here and then sew it. Look at this one, a skater dress. Beautiful, nice, plus size PDF downloadable patterns. So go ahead and try your hands on sewing.com. When you get to sewing.com, you will see their free patterns. You can download it and then try your hands on it and get used to PDF patterns. So now let's go to number 3. It's remaining, I think 3 more. Let's go to number 3. Now, my number 3 position is what I call threadsmonthly.com. In threadsmonthly.com, you can download hundreds. That is why it's number 3. Hundreds of free modern sewing patterns in PDF printable forms. And you get to get one free sewing pattern every Thursday as long as you sign up to their newsletter. So if you want a free pattern every Thursday, sign up. And their patterns are really, really professional looking when you download it. They are really professional looking. Now, if you scroll down when you get to the website, you see different kinds of patterns. Like here you have a stylish aprons, 24 different kinds of it. And from these 24, you get 16 of it free. Here you find a sweater and jumper, 19 of it. From that, you get 3 free. So for every kind of patterns, you get some free ones. So all you have to do is to click the one that you want, and then you look for the free ones, and then you download it and try your hands on it. These are shirt dresses, 34 of it, t-shirt dresses, and 9 of it is free. So it's quite easy. And they do have a lot. As I said, that is why I brought it to number 3. They do have a lot. So if you just scroll down, you see a lot of it. It tells you even the amount of fabric you need, the kind of fabric you will need, instructions on how to sew it, and they're quite simple styles. So if you just want to learn how to use PDF patterns, digital patterns, you can always come to this site, and download their free patterns and try your hands on it as a beginner. So my number 3 is threadsmonthly.com. I'll put the link, all the links to all these sites below this video, so you can just click and try your hands on the free sewing patterns that you get. So now let's go to number 2. Now my amazing number 2 websites to get free sewing patterns is all free sewing patterns. allfreesewing.com. Here you will find so many patterns, you won't even know what to choose. So many. The patterns here are distributed into different sections. You have printable sewing patterns, you have skirt patterns, you have dress patterns, you have face mask patterns, bags and purse patterns, vintage sewing patterns. Whatever kind of patterns you want, you can find it in allfreesewing.com. All kinds of things, ranging from clothes to projects to bags, anything you want. Like look at this one now, Know Your Skirts Guide, And they have a lot of ebooks too about sewing that you can actually look at if that is what interests you. But this video is all about free sewing patterns. So go ahead and check out allfreesewing.com. You will definitely find something there that will interest you. So now let's get to the number 1 website. My number 1 website for free sewing patterns. And so my number 1 free sewing pattern website where you can get your free sewing patterns is the MULTISIZE.com. This is where I get most of my free sewing patterns. But this is where I actually started to learn how to use patterns, to learn to understand what digital patterns are all about. If you want beautiful patterns, classy dresses, classy shirt patterns, pants and shorts patterns, whatever patterns you want, as long as you want very wonderful, fashionable patterns, come to MULTISIZE. You have so many kinds of beautiful patterns. You have jumpsuits, you have swimwear patterns, you have sleepwear, you have suit patterns, all kinds of patterns that you can never dream of, you will find here in MULTISIZE. And the amazing thing is that these patterns are lovely. They are so lovely. I've not seen this kind of patterns anywhere else. I don't know if there's anywhere that you have seen this kind of patterns and they are free. Please drop your comments below this video. I would like to know and I would like to check it out. Because until now, I'm yet to see a site like MULTISIZE that has very beautiful patterns. In fact, I have a video that I took you through details of what MULTISIZE is all about. I talked about their free patterns. I talked about other things that you can do with MULTISIZE. So if you've not watched that video, I'm going to link it right here and I'll also link it below this video. You can go ahead and watch it. But if MULTISIZE is something you're hearing for the first time, don't hesitate, come and check it out. You will not regret it. You'll be so captivated by the kind of patterns you will see here. You'll be so captivated. They are just lovely. So check MULTISIZE out. You will definitely find a lot of things here that you can try your hands on. And some of the things look a little bit complicated. That's why I like it. It's not so simple, but it's something that you can try your hands on. And when you get it, you will beat your chest that you've achieved something. And it comes with a lot of details on how you can sew these things. A lot. Even if you're beginning to learn how to sew, you can use MULTISIZE patterns and learn because of the details they give to you. And it comes with a lot of sizes. One of it will have, I think it's size 14 to size, in fact, a lot of sizes, almost 8 sizes for one. All you have to do is to register with your email and you can download your free pattern. That's all. Register, email, download your free patterns. So that's my number one, MULTISIZE free pattern. So with that, I've come to the end of this video. That is my 8 websites that you can get free sewing patterns. Have you by any chance used any of these websites before? What was your experience like? If you've not used any of the websites, try one or two and then drop a comment on how your experience is like. Believe me, if you're transitioning from manual to digital sewing patterns, free sewing patterns is the best place to start. Because you can learn to use digital patterns without having to break the bank. Start with these websites before you ever think of trying to create your own digital patterns. By using these websites, you'll get used to what digital patterns are, and then that will give you a very good idea when you want to actually start digital patterns using CAD Pattern drafting software. So that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. Until my next video, stay blessed. Hi, how would you like to just stand in front of your phone and in less than 5 seconds, you have all the measurements you need to make your patterns. Or your customer has all the measurements he or she needs to be able to make an informed decision of what size of dress or top or trouser to buy from your e-commerce store. In today's video, I'm going to be talking about 9 3D body scan softwares. Softwares that can just scan you and give you your exact measurement to the nearest millimeter. If that is what interests you, then let's start with number 9. Now, the very first one is what I call Mund by Copenhagen. This company is in Copenhagen, Europe. Now, with this 3D body scan, you can actually get 400 measurements in 30 seconds. This company actually deals with wedding suits for males. That is not the topic for this video, but it's just good to know that this company deals with wedding suits. If you're looking for wedding suits that can fit you perfectly, this is a company for you. And their 3D body scan can actually give you 400 measurements. They're able to map your body shape and extract over 400 different measurements in less than 30 seconds with a precision that even not the most experienced tailor can imitate. So their own 3D technology, according to them, can give you 400 measurements. As I said, this company is specialized in making suits. So check out this suit on this person now. Correct. It fits you to your skin because they're making use of their 3D body scanning software. So this here is my number 9. So if you want a 3D scanning software that can give you a lot of measurements, then go ahead and try Mund.com from Copenhagen. Just put Mund.com in Google and it takes you here, and then you can settle down and see what you can do with this. So that is my number 9. Now let's get to number 8. My number 8 is called Body Map. Now, the reason I like Body Map is that it's not just for body measurements alone to sew. As you can see here, dish the measuring tape. It can be used by e-commerce store owners. If you're selling all kinds of dresses, trousers, jeans, tops, skirts, dresses, you can incorporate Body Map into your e-commerce store so that your customers can quickly scan their body and then they have an informed size decisions. That is, they get to know exactly what size they should buy. So that's a good thing about Body Map 3D scanning software. So once you come to their website, you can click here to see how it works. You can click here to see their pricing. They have a blog where they talk about exactly what their 3D body scan is all about. And you can actually start this for free. If you click here, I think it will take you to where you can download the app. It's an app. You can download the app. And then you can scroll down here to actually see how it works. It doesn't take up to 20 seconds to actually scan your body and give you over 20 measurements that you can actually use. And as you can see, apart from giving you measurements, you can use it to track your fitness and health. You can track your fitness and health to actually see, okay, am I losing weight on my waist or hips and all that? But this video, as I said, is just to let you know that you have 3D body scanning softwares that can actually give you measurements you can use to create your patterns. And this body map is my number 8 3D body scanning software for you to try. So go ahead and get to bodymap.com, download the app, try it, and see how it goes. And please remember to drop your comments on the body map. Is it easy for you to use? Or have you used it before? Drop your comments, and let us now move to number 7, 3D body scan. So my number 7 is vitronic.com for 3D body scan for made to measure. Now the good thing about Vitronic is not just for made to measure clothes. Vitronic is also used for athletes. That means it can serve for health purposes and also for made to measure clothes purposes. So this here is Vitronic. I think it is a German product, and it can scan you and give you measurements in seconds. Right here, in 9 seconds, you can get all the measurements that you like or that you want to be able to create a made to measure garment, to be able to create a made to measure patterns, and so that your clothes will fit you like a second skin. So how does Vitronic actually work? Now, if you come here to their video, let me expand it a little bit so that you see how this works. So it comes in a kind of this equipment. It does the scanning from the head to the bottom. You will not wear anything, or you wear something that is very close fitting. And after scanning, it comes with a kind of dashboard. It shows the name of the person. It converts the person into a 3D form of that person. So as you can see here, that's the 3D form of the person. And then all you have to do is to check whether the 3D form is okay, everything is all right. And then it takes some time before it now produces all the measurements that is actually needed to be able to create a dress. But the important thing is that it does this scanning in less than 9 seconds. Now, this is just the process of how to actually get the measurements out. So this is just the computer process, the computer section. Once it has created the 3D form of the customer, so you carry out through some computer processes and all that, and then you'll be able to come up with the style. Now, these are all the sizes that it will come up with. So that is all about Vitronic. The only downside of Vitronic is that the only downside I see with this Vitronic is that it is an equipment that you need to buy. It is not an app, like the other 3D body scan that I have introduced you to. So that's my number 7, Vitronic 3D body scan for made to measure. Now let's go to number 6. Number 6 is called Be Aware. Now this is particularly important for you if you have an e-commerce store that you sell clothes, all kinds of clothes. Be Aware is a size recommendation tool. It does that by doing a 3D scan of your customers. So if you want to find out how it works, once you come to their website, you scroll down, you see how it works. It's a kind of fitting tool that recommends the right clothing size to your customers in a few seconds. You know what they do? They scan your customer. I think it comes with an app, scans your customer, and then it's able to recommend the particular size that your customer should buy. You know, this helps to stop a lot of returns. Like here, if you want to know how this works, you can click here, show more, and then you can scroll down, you know, based on the 3D body scan, it can recommend the size for online stores and even for brick and mortar retail stores. You can also do that, you know. So if you want to know how this works, you can always ask for a demo. According to them here, you can ask for a demo to see how this can work for you. So this here is my number 6 3D body scanning software. So now let's go to number 5. My number 5 is Zo Fit. I have a video where I did something about this Zo Fit. I'll put that video right here, and I also put the link below this video. You can go ahead and look at that video. But it is also good to know that there is a 3D scan called Zo Fit. Mostly Zo Fit is for health purposes. I'm just putting it here because you can also use the measurements you get from using Zo Fit app to also design your patterns. Because most of the measurements that is got here is also the real body measurements, you know. So Zo Fit can be used, Zo Fit rather, can be used for body measurements. It can also be used for health. It measures other things apart from body measurements. You can get your body fat percentage and all that. It's a kind of health app, but I brought it into this as number 5 because whatever measurements you get, you can also use it for your pattern drafting. It comes in 2 forms, but as I said, I'm not going to go into it because basically the second form is for health purposes. You want to monitor if you're losing weight and all that. But the app you can use, you know, can use it 6 months free to be able to get basic body measurements that you need that can also help you to draft your patterns or to draft custom patterns. So go ahead and check out Zo Fit. If you want something that has to do with health, check out Zo Fit. But also know that you can also use the measurements, as you can see here, neck measurements, shoulder measurements, upper arm measurements, chest and all that. You can also use these measurements to also do your pattern drafting. That is my number 5. Let's go to number 4. Number 4 is called mirror size. I love mirror size because with mirror size, this is strictly for sewing. This is something that can give you measurements that you can use to sew. You can get remote measurements from your customers because mirror size has an app. It's a camera-based thing, and with the 3D scanning from mirror size, you can do a lot. It's not just for giving you measurements to be able to use to draft your patterns. It can also be used in several ways. It has a lot of functions. But the good thing is that when you're using the app, you only need 2 pictures. Your front pictures and your side pictures, and then it does all the calculations and gives you all the measurements that you need. If you go to their products, this is a lot you can do with mirror size 3D body scan. A lot. If you go to each of them, you'll be amazed at what you can do. Let's try this MS Quick Measure. What does it do? It gives you an instant accurate body measurements from 6 simple questions. That means the AI will calculate body measurements just from you answering 6 simple questions. It's fast, it's accurate, and it provides over 100 precise body measurements. Can you beat that? Can you afford to measure 100 measurements on your body? I doubt. But this particular software from MULTISIZE can actually help you do that. And if you want to know more, you can ask for a demo right here to know more of how to use it. And it gives you the reasons and what it can be used for. There's a lot here. There is a lot here. So how does it work? First, you ask you questions, and then the sophisticated AI analyzes all your answers, and then from your answers, it's going to give you 100 body measurement points. It's amazing. So that is that particular technology. Now let's look at another one like this Get Measured. This is mostly for garments and e-commerce. You know, if you want to sew garments and all that. And there's a short video here that actually shows you how that works. You can go ahead and watch the video. But MULTISIZE is quite amazing, you know. It's quite amazing because this comes with an app. You capture customers, take 2 clear photos using their smartphone, you know. Then the AI technology analyzes the photos and then provide precise body measurements, utilizing advanced image processing, computer vision's 3D and mesh processing techniques. Then the accurate body measurements are delivered instantly and they are ready for use for designing, for crafting custom garments, and also for health monitoring. See? Another thing with MULTISIZE is that you can also use it, it can also give you size predictions. There's something here like MS size to fit. This can also be integrated in a lot of e-commerce stores. It's a camera-based sizing solution for garment and e-commerce brands. So there's a lot of MULTISIZE. In fact, I think I should have made MULTISIZE number 1 because there's so much here that you can do with it. There's so much you can do with MULTISIZE. So go ahead and check it out. In fact, I would prefer you go check out MULTISIZE before you check out the other ones I've already mentioned, because for me, MULTISIZE is the in thing when it comes for measurements and when it comes to integration with your e-commerce fashion store. So go ahead, put in multisize.com on Google and check this out. You will not regret it. My number 3, 3D body scan or 3D body measurement software is CIZA. CIZA is 97% accurate AI-powered body measuring technology. Now, if you scroll down once you get to CIZA, you're going to see everything that CIZA can do. CIZA also comes with an app, and the good thing about CIZA is that you can get the app from the App Store or from the Google Play. So you can, if you have an Android phone or an iPhone, you can use CIZA. All it has to do is for you to wear a tight-fitting dress and then scan your figure, and it gives you all the sizes that you need. So these are all the things you can do with it. You can use it as a size recommendation. It has a dashboard where all your measurements can be seen, all the measurements of your customers, a body measuring data. It can also be integrated on your fashion e-commerce store if you're selling clothes, no matter the kind of clothes you're selling. It could be tops, it could be trousers, it could be clothes, whatever. You can do that. It has a mobile app, as I said. You can download it from the mobile store, CIZA 3D body scan. You can download it. There's also an embedded web app. That means you can embed the app on your e-commerce store. And it has an e-commerce data module. So if you want to know more about CISA, you can click there, and then you can read all you need to know about CISA. These are all the things it can do. The mobile app, how to use it, the embedded web app, and all that, so on and so forth. So if you want to know more about it, CISA is very detailed. So you can come to this website, cisa.me, and then go through it. I have a video where I actually took you through step by step how to use the CISA app to actually get your body measurements. I'll also link that video below this video. You can go ahead and check it out because I spoke in details about it on how you can use CISA. So that's it about CISA. So let's go to number 2, 3D body scan technology or 3D body measurement software. My number 2 is called True to Form, a 3D body measurement software for apparel design and fitting. When are the days that you need to have your customers close to you to be able to get your customers' measurements? With True to Form, no matter where you are, if you're a tailor, no matter where you are, you can get your customers' sizes using True to Form. You can measure your clients remotely, and it is 97% accurate. And then you can have access to 60 plus measurements. It's really good. And another thing about the True to Form is that you can embed their measurement widgets for made to measure. You can embed it here. So it's really amazing. So you can embed their measurement widgets on your e-commerce store as a form of QR code. If you see this demonstration, this is what it will look like. So that customers can actually send their measurements when they are on your e-commerce store. Especially even if you're a tailor and you have a shop. You can embed this widget inside your online shop or online website, and then your customers, especially if you want to be sewing made to measure clothes for your customers can send you their measurements very fast, especially if they see a style that they like and they want to sew it. They can send you their measurements through this QR code that is embedded in your shop, your store, and then you just get your customers' measurements and then sew the clothes for your customers. Gone are the days that you need to see your customers face to face to be able to do your business. There's no longer any form of hindrance when it comes to sewing business or tailoring business or fashion business anymore. AI has made it simpler for us. So that is it. As you can see, you can try the app for free. You can try it for free and then see how it works. I'm going to do a full video with this. That's because with True to Form, if you go to their pricing, you do have the ability to access basic measurements for 5 different elevators for free without having to put in any kind of credit card. So I'm going to make use of this. And another fantastic thing about True to Form is that you can create an elevator of yourself. I have a video where I showed you how to create a 3D form of yourself, and I'm going to link it here. In that video, I use Mesh Carpedic to create a 3D form. But I'm going to do a video where I can show you how to create a 3D form using this True to Form. Because if you want to learn 3D fashion design, you need to create a 3D form of yourself to be able to use your 3D elevator to create 3D fashion styles. So you see firsthand how that style will look on you. So that is the joy of technology, AI in fashion. So True to Form is my number 2. So let's now go to the number 1. So my number one is the 3D look for 3D body scanning. Now, 3D look is on the expensive side. So most likely it is best if you are a big brand into fashion and you're selling things, or you're a tailor that does a lot of sewing for brands or things like that. That is what the 3D look is for. But if you're just a simple home sewer, you can always try their 7 days free trial and all that. The 3D look can be used for two things. For health, that's the one that is called Fit Express. It's an AI-powered health and fitness data insight. Or the second one, and this is a particular one that interests me, which is called the mobile tailor. And if you click on it, it can actually show you what the mobile tailor is all about. It's an AI-powered body measuring for effortless, accurate fit. And you can also start a 7-day trial, as I've said before. And then you can also play a video to see exactly how this works. So you can play this video in your spare time. You can check it out to see how this actually works for you. How you can create a scan of your body and all that. I don't want to play it, so let me just close that. I've looked at it, and it gives you quite a lot of measurements. I must say, it gives you quite a lot. As you can see here, you get a lot of measurements. Yes. So this is all that. These are all the use cases for the 3D look. Can be used for luxury made-to-measure brands, for ready-to-wear businesses, for custom apparel companies. Can be used for on-demand manufacturing, for bridal and tuxedo business, for uniform manufacturers. So those are all the use cases for 3D look. And you can also integrate it, the widget, just like True to Form. You can also integrate their Get Measured widget on your website by generating a QR code and all that. So there's a lot here. They are very classy and all that. It has a quick scanning process, and you can get instant results. So if this is what interests you, then go ahead and check the 3D look. As I said, they are quite expensive. It's about over $400 a month for 100 scans. They are quite expensive, so they are for big brands and all that. But you can try it out for 7 days. Try all the features for 7 days. Which for me, if you have a lot of customers, you could also use those 7 days, to get all your customer sizes and all that. Or if you have custom sizes, maybe you have 10 or 8 different custom sizes, or you have customers, 2 to 3 or 4 customers that are not in your place, you can send them the link, because they normally have a link. You send it to your customer, and through this link, when they click it, it takes them step by step on how to actually use the app to get their measurements. So that's my number one, 3D look body scan. If you put in 3dlook.ai on Google, it takes you to their page, and you can go through it and see all you can do with 3D look. I'm so glad you watched to the end. So with that, I've come to the end of 9 3D body scanning software, or 9 3D body measurement softwares for custom pattern designing. So go ahead and try 1 or 2 or 3 of any of those softwares and see how it goes. As for the True to Form 3D body scan software, I'm going to do a full video taking you step by step, showing you how to actually use it. I also tried to do a video on Sizer. I'll try and do a video on Sizer too, taking you step by step, showing you how to actually generate your measurements from this 3D body scanning technology. So go ahead and try your hands on these things. Believe me, you will love it. It will save you from using manual tape measurements. Once more, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in my next video. Hi guys, welcome to today's video. In this video, I'm going to be listing my 5 best pattern drafting books for the beginner. Now, these books are particularly good for you if you want to learn pattern drafting from the comfort of your house and you want to learn it at your own pace. There are a lot of courses online that you can actually get to, but some of those courses, you need to pay for them. So for me, it's better you have something that you can refer to if you have any kind of problems as you're learning your pattern drafting. If that is what interests you, then stay tuned while we start with number 1 pattern drafting book that is suitable for a beginner. Now, my number 1 is Winifred Aldrich Metric Pattern Cutting for Women's Wear. I love this book. In fact, I always have it with me most times when I want to teach how you can draft your patterns. It's quite a lot. I think you have close to about 200 and something pages of this book. This metric pattern cutting by Winifred Aldrich. It has a lot, really. But it's really basic. It's not so complicated. It's something that is, she teaches you a lot that has to do how you can create your basic patterns and how you can actually create different kinds of patterns, derive it from these basic patterns. And she gives us a lot of sizes with the measurements and all that for you to be able to, draft patterns, custom patterns. You learn it. There's a lot here. And one good thing about metric pattern cutting for women's wear by Winifred is that you can use it to learn CAD pattern drafting. In fact, I have a video on how I taught you how to do this manually, but I'm yet to teach how to use it to do a CAD pattern drafting, but I use it to teach myself CAD pattern drafting. I've not done a video on it. I think I'm going to do a video on it using this to, create your basic body block from your shoulder to hips professionally. And if you want to do something like that, this is the book for you. Metric pattern cutting for women's wear. There's a lot here, so much. Look at it. Teaches you so much. Sleeves, how to create sleeves professionally, how to create suit sleeves professionally, how to place your 2 basic bodies together to create your Regan sleeves, how to create your darts. What are darts all about? This is a wonderful book. This is all about different kinds of darts, understanding darts and the places to place your darts, and how you can adjust these darts to create different styles. So that is it. There's so much to this metric pattern cutting. So go ahead and check it out. You can get it from Amazon if you want. I will put the link down if you're interested in buying it. If you want to learn pattern drafting. For me, this is my number 1. And I always have it with me, whatever I want to do. So you can go ahead and Check it out. Try your hand. Look at different kinds of sleeves, how you can create your different sleeve patterns. Look at it. Very beautiful. And all from your basic sleeve. It shows you a lot. A lot. So if you're interested, you can go ahead and check it out and get it online or from Amazon. So that's my number 1. My number 2 is Modern Pattern Design by Harriet Pepin. Now, this is one of the oldest books that you can ever think of on pattern drafting. But Harriet, she explains so much about the female figure. She tries to tell you how you can actually create patterns based on a figure. Because everybody has different figures. Everybody has different ways of the way their shoulders slope. Some people have left shoulders sloping more than the right shoulders. Some people, the way they stand and all that affects actually the way you create patterns. And she pays particular attention on how to use that to create different styles. How you can shift that from one position to the other to create fullness, to create styles. So her book is a lot about that shifting to create different styles, how you can manipulate your darts to create beautiful, lovely styles. So this book, this Modern Pattern Design by Harriet Pepin, is also a book you can try your hands on. You can look at it, especially if you want to understand darts. If you want to understand how darts can be used to create different designs, how you can shift a dart from one place and create multiple darts, how you can create fullness in a particular section of the body and all that. See? It's a lot. It's a lot. If you really want to understand that, this is the book. How you can manipulate your darts and create beautiful styles. Whatever styles you want to create. And it's really simplified. She goes straight to the point, explaining to you how to do this. And with pictures to actually illustrate how you can do this very easily. This year I actually learned how to create a cow neck in a very simple way of shifting of that. It's a lovely book for the beginner that wants to learn how that work and how you can use your darts to create fantastic and beautiful styles. So that's my number 2. Go ahead and check it out. You can also get it on Amazon. My number 3 is this book by Helen Joseph Armstrong. It's called Pattern Making for Fashion Design. Pattern Making for Fashion Design by Helen Joseph Armstrong. If you want to learn terminologies in pattern drafting, this is the book for you. Everything you need to know about terminologies in pattern drafting. If you think of working in a fashion industry that are really specializing in making patterns, this is the book for you. She starts the book by talking about all the kinds of tools you probably need for pattern drafting. Everything you need. She explains what it is used for. She talks about understanding measurements in pattern drafting. When you're doing pattern drafting, you have to think of things like 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, 1/16 of an inch, things like that. And to somebody that is beginning, it can be a little bit complicated. But this book explains it very easily for you to understand. So if you're having challenges with understanding things like that, she talks about it. She talks about different kinds of pattern papers. She talks about pattern making terminologies, like what is pattern drafting, what is flat pattern making, what is basic pattern sets, what is a muslin, what is a grain line, all the things that you may have been hearing about pattern making, and you don't really understand what it means. What are DATs? She explains it, everything that has to do with DATs. What do you mean by truing a DAT? So if you want to learn terminologies, which is very important when you're doing pattern drafting, this is the book for you. So you can learn a lot, especially if you want to get really into the fashion business or the fashion industry. She talks about grading. She teaches you what is grading, how it is done in the fashion industry. She talks about things like digitizer, how to digitize your manual patterns. Incidentally, I have a video where I taught you how you can convert your manual patterns to digital patterns, and I'll link it right up here. And I'll also put the link below this video. You can also check that out. In case you're somebody that doesn't want the stress of learning CAD, you want to continue to doing your patterns manually, but you want to learn how to convert it to digital patterns. So there's a lot here. She talks about body scanning, to get body measurements, different kinds of body scanning equipment. But in our lives today, you have body scanning softwares, ways you can get your body measurements in very few minutes or in seconds. And I have a video also where I introduce you to 9 body scanning softwares that you can actually use to get your measurements. This particular book is also used by CAD. If you don't know what CAD is, it's one of the CAD pattern making softwares online. CAD uses this in their free CAD pattern drafting course to teach you how to actually use CAD to create basic body blocks. So this book has a lot, as I said. If you notice, all the books I'm introducing to you, they are specified or specific for a particular thing. And if you want to learn pattern drafting, it is good you have an idea of all these things. It's very important. It actually helps you, particularly if you want to really specialize on CAD pattern drafting. So it shows you how to do pattern charts. It's a very important book, honestly. If you want to really make a career in fashion design, you need this book. You need to know how to make design-specific sheets like this. So it's very important. So go ahead and check it out and see what you can get out of it. It has a lot of pages. There's a lot here. There's a lot, There's a lot. It tells you how to adjust the necklines to meet a particular body figure. She really explains the different kinds of body figures here. Spends a lot of time on it, on how you can actually create patterns to fit different body figures. The book is really rich, so it's something you should try and create time to check out. Number 4 is dress pattern designing, the basic principles of cut and fit by Natalie Bray. Now, Natalie Bray is, I think, one of the simplest pattern making books for any beginner to understand, because she takes time to explain every section of your pattern drafting. And it is here I actually learned a simpler way to create your basic blocks. A way that you can create your basic blocks the same time. That is, you can create your back and your front the same time. And she doesn't really use a lot of measurements. Most of her measurements, she teaches you how to calculate it, which can be very handy, in fact. Like, look at this particular section where you can create your basic block, your back and front. It's something that I just discovered recently, and I'm going to try my hands on it. And because for me, it's a little bit easier than the other ones I've introduced to you. You can just create a rectangle. She tells you where to draw these lines, and then she's going to show you how to join these lines to actually form the shoulders, and how to draw the curve of the arm and all that. It makes it faster and easier to create your basic blocks. And that is what I just started reading this book, and I'm really, really fascinated by it. And I decided to put it as my number 4. It's really quite interesting. It's amazing. I've learned 1 or 2 things from it, and I'm sure you can learn 2 things from it. This kind of book is very good if you want to do your CAD pattern drafting, because it's easier and faster to be able to use it. And she takes time to explain everything. She explains why you have to remove some inches from here, how to create that fitting, how to derive your dots. She really takes time, to explain those things so that you try to understand it better. How to create your curves, where to start the curve from to have a very good back and front curve. Things like that, which for me, it's really important for you when you're learning pattern drafting as a beginner, So try it out. Check out Dress Pattern Designing, Basic Principles of Cut and Fit by Natalie Bray. If you come to my website, digitalizefashiondesign.com, you can actually get this one. All you need is to put in your email and password, and you can get it. I think I'll put the link below here to my website. So if you're interested in it, you can actually get it. So let's go to the 5th and last one. My last one is Pattern Fitting with Confidence by Nancy Seaman. This woman is amazing. This book shows you how to adjust patterns for fitting. The simplest way you can ever adjust your patterns for fitting. This book tells you the measurements to actually use if you want to buy patterns online. Before, we used to think that you can use your bust and your hip to be able to buy the sizes, the particular pattern size that you need. But when I read this book, we discovered that doesn't really work. And I've discovered it. When I used to buy patterns to use, it doesn't really work. So she shows you what kind of measurement you can use to actually determine the pattern size you can buy. This is a book that, even if you don't have any other book, you need this book. Because it gives you a kind of right size measuring chart that you can use to actually know the size of patterns to buy if you want to buy ready-made patterns. Because I discovered with ready-made patterns, you can buy a pattern that fits your bust and yet your hips, it doesn't fit it. Or it fits your waist and it doesn't fit your hips. That is why multiple patterns for me are the best patterns to buy if you really want to buy patterns, so you don't want to create it by yourself. And most times when you do buy the patterns, and even when you make patterns by yourself, sometimes it doesn't really fit you as you want it to fit you. So this book shows you how to do adjustments. It shows you how to do basic adjustments of your patterns to fit your measurements, to fit your exact measurements. And it is amazing. I did a video on this, on how to adjust your patterns to actually fit your body figure. I did a video on it, and I'm going to paste it right here for you if you're interested in going through that. So as I said, this is a very handy book. Very, very handy. Because this is the easiest way for you to adjust any pattern to actually fit you. You must not buy a multiple size pattern. Because sometimes you can see a nice pattern, a beautiful style, but you buy it and the pattern, it doesn't fit as you want. So she actually shows you how you can adjust these patterns easily to fit you. This is what this book is all about. Basic fitting changes of your patterns and how to do it to fit you. And it's very simple, very straight to the point and all that. And it's not so, it doesn't have so many pages. So it's something you can sit down 2 to 3 days, you finish reading it, and you will learn so much from it when it comes to fitting. I mean, what is a pattern without fitting? Really? What's a pattern without fitting? So she talks about how you can adjust blouses, how you can adjust sleeves, how you can adjust your pants, everything. The different ways you can adjust it to actually fit you. So this is what this book is all about. And this here is my number 5. The fact that it's number 5 doesn't mean that it's a list. I just decided to number them like that because I feel that after you've created patterns or after you buy patterns, you need to have a good fitting. And this is the book for you. You want to learn everything that has to do with pattern adjustment for fitting up. So this book is called Pattern Fitting with Confidence by Nancy Seaman. So that's my number 5 pattern drafting book for the. With that, I've come to the end of this video. I hope you're going to try and pick 1 or 2 of those books, especially if you really, really want to learn pattern drafting online. Those are the books that has helped me so much in drafting patterns. And if you want to really, get into fashion design full time, you need those books. They will go a long way to actually help you understand basic and advanced pattern drafting. Thank you so much for watching. Till my next time. See you in my next video. Hi guys, welcome to today's video. Today's video is going to be a very exciting one. It has taken me quite some time to be able to find out this process. If you are new to my channel, you would have noticed a lot of videos on AUDACES Fashion Studio. It is a 3D fashion designing software, which is simply amazing. But today's video is not about AUDACES Fashion Studio. Today I'm going to show you how, after you created your design, your 3D design, whatever your design is, I'm going to show you how to actually convert these 3D designs into sewable PDF downloadable patterns that you can put together and actually sew what you have designed. If that is what interests you, then let's go ahead and start with the first part of it, which is to create the design first using AUDACES Fashion Studio. So the very first thing we need to do is to download this, our style, in a DXF format. In my last video, I showed you how to create this blouse style. So if you want to actually create it and follow me along as we convert this style to sewable PDF downloadable pattern, you can follow me. Watch that video first. Go ahead and watch that video. Create your style. It must not be the same style, but if you want to create the same style, you can go ahead and create the same style so that you follow me along on this video to see how we can convert this to sewable patterns. So the first thing you need to do is to go to File, go to Export. Once you click highlight on Export, you will come here and click on this arrow here. And you see here patterns. Click on patterns and this comes out. You click on OK. And then here you're going to click here and click on DXF and then label it. And I'm going to label it as my Ankara Flay top. So on my desktop, and I'm going to save, and it has saved. Okay. So now you've done that, let us now go to the second part of what you should do. So now we are done with the design. We have downloaded it as DXF. Our next stage now is to convert this beautiful blouse into PDF downloadable patterns that you can put together and actually sew your style by yourself. And to do this, we are going to be using AUDACES patterns. Unfortunately, AUDACES patterns is not free like the AUDACES Fashion Studio. They have a subscription, but you have 2 weeks trials. I used that 2 weeks to be able to come up with this. So you have 2 weeks trials, and in 2 weeks, you can do a lot of things. You can do quite a lot. So that's what we are going to use. If you want to know how to download AUDACES patterns, I have a video that I will link right here and also below this video. I also have a video showing you how you can download AUDACES Fashion Studio, which I'm also going to link below this video. So having said that, let's now go ahead, convert this our fashion, 3D fashion style into PDF downloadable patterns that you can actually put together and sew your dress. So this is our DXF file that we have downloaded. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go ahead and open the AUDACES patterns. I have a video where I took you step by step on how to actually download the AUDACES pattern free trial. So you can go ahead and watch that video. I'll also link it below this video and also link it right here. So once we open the AUDACES pattern, this is what it looks like. I also have a video where I took you through how to use the AUDACES patterns, AUDACES pattern designing tools or pattern drafting tools. I also have a full video on that, which I also link below this video. I always take my time to go through CAD pattern drafting softwares, because I always say it, if you're shifting from manual patterns to digital patterns, it is a very, very serious learning curve. So what I do, I take my time and go through the CAD pattern drafting softwares and try to see how I can simplify it for a simple home sewer, somebody that just wants to make clothes for herself or make clothes for her family or do a small fashion business. So, having said that, let's start. The very first thing you need to do, of course, is to let us upload the file that we got. So we go to import, and our file is a DXF file. So we click on it. It says something about losing of information can occur. Okay, that means some of the patterns may not be as smooth as you may want it to be. So you click that yes. So we are going to go to desktop and we are going to look for that file. And there it is, and click on it, and I'm going to open it. And our measurement is in centimeter. If you use inches when you were designing it on the AUDACES Fashion Studio, you click on inches. But I use centimeter, so I will just do OK. So there are the patterns. These are the patterns. But we're not going to download it like this. We need to do some little work on it, because if you download it like this, you're going to have so many papers, so many. So we are going to do some work on this front, maybe to make it into half. This one that is 2, like let me expand it a little bit. You see what I'm talking about. Let me bring this up here. So you see that, let me do this. Let me shift it a little bit to the left. I want to show you something. You see that this is giving you front side right, front side left, and all that. It gives you the pattern pieces exactly as it is. But we cannot print it like that. The papers will be too much. So we have to make a way, take one of these, delete one of it, and all that. Then this front, we make it in a fold. So that's exactly what we are going to do in the next section. So in this section, we have uploaded our DXF pattern file, and now we are going to start work on it, on each of it. So I'm going to start with this one. Once you've uploaded your pattern on AUDACES patterns, what you need to do is just go through it to see where you can do your adjustments. As you can see, most of the patterns came out okay. There's no problem, you know. But as I said before, you cannot download it like this, because like this, if you look at this, this is front side, it's 2. If you want to download it like this, your paper will be up to 60. I tried it the first time, it was too much. So what you need to do, we are going to remove all these extra ones. Then this one that is like this, we are going to cut it into half. Then we are going to label it and say that you can cut it folded. You know, things like that. Simple things you just need to do to adjust it. This one is 2 here. That is the lining of the collar. We'll remove 1. Then this one is the skirt block right and all that. We'll keep it at 1 because it gave 2. Skirt block right. That is skirt back right. Skirt back left. You don't need all that. You just need 1. And then maybe all these areas are not too smooth. We smoothen it, do a better curve on it, What I will do, I am going to show you how to do this one. I'm going to do everything that I'm going to be doing on those few that I've selected, but I'm going to show you how to do it here. So the very first thing we need to do here, of course, is to make these curves look okay. So all you need to do here, we're on the building tab. You can go to curve, and then we'll just start from here. Click it maybe once, continue to make your curve, click a second one, and then click it here, and then we go again. Or you click it here. I think I should stop here because it's not looking nice. So I stop there, then I can start again to curve, come back here again. Click at the center to get that curve. You see that if you move it, the curve will either come out or go down here. So you just adjust your hand according to the curve of the dress, and then you come down here where you have the end here. Click on it. You know, as I said, please watch my other videos on how to use this, because it will look strange to you if you're watching me now. Watch the videos that I showed you how to use AUDACES pattern drafting software. So once you reach where you want to, you click on the left and then click on the right to release the process. So we're going to do the same thing here. When you're done with the curves, you now go to the lines, and then we'll just draw this line to this place. And then we'll just draw this line to this line, and this line to this line. Good. Now I'm going to draw a center line from here to the center right there. Good. So once you are done with that, what we now go to the produce tab, and now we extract the pattern. Once you click on it on your left, so you see it's only one side of the pattern. That's what I really want to show you. It's only one side of the pattern. Click again on your left, click on your right, and then shift it out. That is how to do it. Shift it out. There are too many nodes here to remove all this. You just go to manipulation. You now go to simplify outline, and then you click on it on your left, click it again, and you see that the nodes are just the ones you use to create the curve. It's not so many. It looks better like that. So once we are done with that, now let us put our darts. You know that this signifies darts. That is the style of the blouse. So let's put these darts. If you have watched my last video, I showed you how to use AUDACES. That is very easy. I'm going to show you again how to use it here. So let's look at it. That one is very near to the center. So we need a dot around here. And maybe the second dot around here. So I'm going to put another point here where I'm going to do the dots. Now, to be able to add a point, you just go to Manipulation tab, go to Add Point, click on it, and then click where you want your point to be. And that is the point. So now we want to create that. To do that, we go to Produce tab. This is our dot. You click on your dot. Before you do this, first we need to measure what is the depth of the dot going to be. And what is the length of the dot. You see that the dot that is nearer the center is a little bit longer than the dot at the side. Now this is the measurement of the dot at the side. I put here 2 centimeters, that is the width of the dot, and I put here 5.06, that is the length of the dot. To be able to get this, you can measure it. How do you measure it? You go to Conference, you go to length, distance, this distance here. Once you click on it, you can measure the distance of this to this. And it gives you at the bottom there. Oh, it's not showing on my video, but you see the distance at the bottom. That is going to be the depth of the first dot, the first neck dot. My depth is 11.31. And then you go out there and then you measure this one again. The second depth is the one I just wrote there. Second depth is, let me see. It's 9.05. 9.05. So I'm going to write it down, 9.05 and 11 point, is it 11? Let me look at it well. 11.31 and 9.05. 11.31 and 9.05. So I'm going to write it down. So back to creating our dot, we are creating the long one first. The long one is 11.31 and it is nearer the center line. So once you click on that, you now put how you want your dot to be. As I said, mine, I'm going to give them 2 centimeters. That is a little bit less than 1 inch space opening. So once you've done that, you will just click on Cut That. Because if you don't click on this, the dots will not be open. So you click on Cut That, and then you bring your cursor to where you want your dots to be. So you can see it's very simple. The dot has come out. So it's left for you now to adjust it the way you want it to be. And once you've gotten the points that you want it to be, you just click on your left mouse button. Now you have the ability to turn the tip where you want it to lie. So we just keep it somewhere there, and then click your left mouse button again, and then click your left mouse button again 3 times, and you have your dot there. So I've used the same method. I've created the second dot, as you can see. So this part is finished. What is left now is for us to label this section of our pattern. So what you do now, we just go to the Buildings tab, you go to Insert Text, and then here you insert what you want. So remember what we are going to do. We are going to be cutting this on a fold. So we just put it there. Cut on fold. And remember that this is the front, center front. This is the center front. Center front. So let me just, so now, if I take it like that, it's going to be like this. But I don't want it to be like this. I want it to be lying down at the side. So what I will do, I'll come down here, the angle, and change it to 90 degrees. So you see it has changed. So you can now come here, click on your left mouse button, click on your right, and then it's there. So this front piece is ready now. And once you're done with this as it is, what you might want to do, maybe you might want to label this and this, you know, so that this is where this other second part of the pattern is going to go through this place, so that you come and label the same thing here. So once we are done with this is our front piece now. We don't need this anymore. So how do we delete this? That is what I'm going to show you how to do. To do that, you go to the Home tab, you go to Select, and then you now select this like so, and then you right-click it, and then you exclude it, and it's gone. So that is how you do it. Everything that I've done here, I'm going to do it on some of the pattern pieces I just want to adjust. Like this one, I'll delete this one. But before I delete it, I have to ensure that this distance from here to here is the same from here to here, because this is where it's going to be sewn here. So first I will extract the pattern as I did with this one, which I'm not going to show it. But I'll actually show you how to measure your distance from here to here, and also measure here to ensure that it is the same. So now to measure this and ensure that this and this are the same, so that when you're joining your patterns, it will not, one will not be bigger than the other. And to do that, you just go to Conference tab. You go to Parameter. The reason you're going to Parameter is because it is curved. With just a line, you just go to distance, and then you can measure it from here to here. So once you've clicked on Parameter, you just click here, there, then holding on to your mouse. Sorry, that's not what I want. Just to go to here, here. Sometimes it can be difficult. Anyway, if it doesn't go, you can take each of the measurements as it is. It has gone finally. Okay. So once you've gotten the measurements, I've done it. My measurement here is longer than this one here. So what you do, you just subtract it. Like what I got here was 31.98. And what I got from here to here is 33.02. So all I have to do is to subtract the difference and then just do a line here and cut off the difference. It's as simple as that, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I will now go ahead and work on all the other patterns, and then I will come back to you. There's nothing much on this other one. These other ones are virtually okay. I'll just use the same method to do it. Delete the ones I don't have and then pack them all together. So let me quickly do that, and then we'll continue with the video. So our patterns are ready. I've done all that I need to do. See the patterns now. It is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 pieces. So now let's create a PDF of our patterns. As you can see, everything has been done. I've put the data at the back. I've put the zip allowance, everything. This is the neck bias, and that is the hand bias. No, this is the hand bias, and this is the sleeves. This is the sleeve bias, and this is the neck bias, back and front. So everything is ready. Always remember to label the points that are going to be joined together. For instance, this is point 2 and point 3. It's going to be joined here. This is point 2 and point 3. So that when you're putting your patterns together, you know where to join. This goes here, and this goes here. So that is it. So now let's create the PDF pattern. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to select all of it. And then I'm going to go to File, and I'm going to go to Print. Here, I'm going to click on the selected one. That is what I want to print. And here should be 100%, so that it can give you the exact size of your pattern. Real life size of your pattern. Leave this at 1 and 1. Then here, it depends on the spaces you want on your A4. It's better, I prefer 2. Maybe you can leave it at 1 centimeter at each of the edges, or you can make it 2 centimeters. It depends on the overlap when you're putting your PDFs together. So either you leave it at 1 or you change it to 2. Either one works well. So that's all. Then you go to preview. But if you want to print it directly on your printer, you can print it on your printer. But I always like to do preview. And please remember to click here, rearrange the patterns. It will arrange the patterns such that it will not use too much paper. Then you can go to preview. So this is your pattern. This is what your patterns look like. So this is how your patterns are going to be printed. So either you print direct to your printer, your home printer, or you go here. I want to go there because I want to print to file. I want it to download on my computer as a PDF. I don't want to print it yet. So I'm printing to file. I'm printing all that I selected. And then I'm going to click on print. So what it's going to do is going to open my desktop, asking me what name I'm going to give it. So I'm going to give it Flay Ankara Dress. So once you do that, you just click on save. And then it will start saving it. This takes a little while. So it is finished. And once it finished, you know that it is finished. So we can now close this. And we can now close this. And then let's check our computer. And let's... Please, a little correction. When you click on that, you just scroll. See where it was. You just scroll a little like this, and you see Microsoft Print to PDF. And then you can now click on Print. And then you can now label it. And that is our PDF. If you click on it and open it, that is the PDF of your patterns in your real size. And the good thing that is it actually labels each of it 1, 3. That means it is the third sheet of 1. So you probably might not need to put all those numbers I showed you, because once you print it, you actually know how you're going to be putting it together. The next one, 1, 4, 1, 5, and so on and so forth. So that is your PDF. That's it. So all you have to do is to print it out, put it together, and then see how the fitting really is. Good. So with that, I have come to the end of this video. I hope you will try your hands on it. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to drop your comments. So that is how to create your PDF patterns from your 3D fashion design, all using AUDACES Fashion Studio and AUDACES CAD Pattern Drafting software. The only problem is that AUDACES Fashion Drafting software is a paid subscription. But apart from that, it's quite easy to use. Initially, it might look difficult, but if you go to all my videos, I try to make it very simple for anybody that wants to move from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. I try to make it very easy and straightforward. So if you have any questions, drop it below. Have you ever tried AUDACES CAD Pattern Drafting software? If you have, drop your comments below, drop your questions below, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and see you in my next video. Hi guys, welcome to today's video. My name is Honorita James, and I'm a clinical research scientist, and I love sewing. My channel is all about how to help you transit from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. Now, if that is what interests you, Welcome to my channel. In today's channel, I'm going to be starting a series of how to use a completely free CAD pattern drafting software called Simly 2D. Some of you may have heard of it, some may not have heard of it. So in this video, it's actually for beginners. I'm going to take you by the hand and we're going to go step by step so you see how you can use Simly 2D. I have a lot of videos on my channel about CAD pattern making softwares. So I actually take my time and do a lot of videos on CAD pattern making softwares that I see online, and I learn it and then I try to teach it. These are things that people actually pay for, but this is my own contribution to humanity. I am a self-taught digital pattern drafting person, so I know what it takes. I know how difficult it is to actually go through the learning curve. If that is what interests you, enough of the talking, let's go straight and let us download Simly 2D. This video is just to show you how you can download Simly 2D. So the first thing you need to do is to get to Google, and we're going to put in Simly 2D, simly2d.net. You click on it, and this is the Simly 2D website. And once you get there, it tells you here, download now. You click on that. Getting started with Simly. So here we need to put your name, your company name, your email address, your operating system, and then what you plan to use it for, and then you click on download. So I'm quickly going to do that. Once you've clicked on download, once you've entered your details and you've clicked on download, this is what you get. And then you said you see something like success. The download is on its way to your inbox. So now you go ahead and check the email address that you put when you were registering your details. And that is my own email address. That is my email. This is what they sent to me. Hello, thank you for your interest in Simly. Click here to download your Simly software for Windows. You also have they give you a link to the forum where you can ask questions about the software installation, pattern making, or how to use Simly in any language. So you also have a link to the community forum where you can ask questions. So let's first click here to download our Simly 2Me. So the download is taking place right here. So once it is done, let me look at it. So that's the download. I'm going to open it. And I'm going to pick it to be able to work on it. I'm taking it to my desktop because I want to be able to download it and have the icon on my desktop. So that is it. I'm going to click on it. Simly 2D installer. You double click on it. My viral this thing on my computer is not allowing me to install it, so I'll have to remove that and then we'll continue with it. So that has been dealt with, so we continue with the setup. So this setup will install Simly 2D installer. in this folder. I want it to install on my desktop, so I just click there. To change the folder, I want it to be an icon on my desktop so that I can quickly access it whenever I want it. So just click there, change it to desktop. Okay. So now I'm going to click on install. So this is going to take some time. So I will just pause and come back to it. Now it is complete. So let's just close the application. Once you've closed the app, now you're going to go to this your app store on your Windows. Once you click on it, you'll see two icons. You see Simly 2D and you'll see Simly Me. So let's just click on Simly 2D. When you click on it, this is our Simly 2D CAD pattern drafting software. So hit yourself on the chest or beat your chest. Congratulations, you've succeeded in downloading free CAD pattern drafting software called Simly 2D. Now, if you look at Simly 2D, you see that you have their toolbox on the left side. This is where you're going to be using a lot of these pattern drafting tools of Simly 2D to draft your patterns. Each of these has a lot of tools that you can use. And as you click on each of it, it expands to show you all the tools that you will need. So that is Simly 2D for you. That is the toolboxes that you're going to be using. And here, of course, is where you're going to be using to open new files, to save the files you've already finished working on, to draft, to create your measurement sets, to check the history of what you've done before, to check how you can do your pattern layout, to check for help if you need any help. If there's anything you need to know how to do, you can click there. And this is where you begin to draft a block. These are where you can zoom to 100%. This is where you can undo and redo. This is where you can select a particular section of your pattern. So there's a lot that you can do here. But as I said, this video is just for you to download your Simly 2D pattern drafting software. I'm not going to do anything else. As I said, this CAD pattern drafting online is a free course. And I'm going to take it step by step and as slow as possible so that even if you're a beginner and you want to transit from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting, it will not be difficult for you. That is why I'm choosing a CAD pattern drafting software that is completely free. So you have all the time in the world to learn it. So all you need is time, interest, and consistency. And before you know it, you'll be able to start drafting your own patterns. So with that, I've come to the end of this video 1 of free CAD pattern drafting course online for the beginner. So quickly go ahead, watch the video, download your Simly 2D. As I said, my channel is all about taking you in the hand and showing you how you can transition from your manual pattern drafting to your digital pattern drafting. Thank you so much for watching video 1 and get ready for video 2, where I'm going to explain to you how to use each of the pattern drafting tools that is found on Simly 2D, a completely free open source CAD pattern drafting software. Remember to subscribe. Remember to drop your comments. If you have any challenges, quickly drop your challenges and I'll see how I can answer and help you as quick as possible. Remember to subscribe. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for my next video. Hello guys, welcome to today's video. My name is Enorita James. I am a clinical research scientist working and living in Germany. But in my channel, I talk about digital pattern drafting. I try to take you by the hand and show you how you can transit from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. If that is what interests you, then welcome to my channel. In my last channel, I talk about Simly 2D. I introduced you to Simly 2D. I showed you how you can download Simly 2D. If you've not watched that video, go ahead and watch it. I will link it right at the top here and then below this video. This is video 2. And we're going to be talking about how to create measurement sets in Simly 2D. So here we are with my Simly 2D open. As I said in my last video, I showed you how to download and install your Simly 2D. For those of you that are here for the very first time and you do not know what Simly 2D is, Simly 2D is an open source CAD pattern drafting software. CAD stands for Computer Aided Design. In simple language, it is how you can actually do your dress designing or dress patterns digitally. And the good thing is that Simly 2D is open source and it is free. I've seen a lot of videos on Simly 2D. In fact, not so many videos on Simly 2D. The ones I've seen, unfortunately, if I am just somebody that doesn't know anything about CAD pattern drafting, it is a little bit confusing. So I try to make it as simple as possible, as straightforward as possible. And I'll try to make the videos to be short so that you have full attention and you take it step by step. In this video now, we will first create measurement sets. Measurement sets are simply the measurements that you're going to use to draft your patterns. And we call it measurement sets because you create different pattern sets. That means you can create your front body block, you can create your back body block, you can create your sleeves. So I want to create a measurement set just for front and back basic bodies. The basic bodies I'm going to use one of the patterns books that I have. I did a video on pattern books that I use, and I'm also going to link it right here and below this video in case you're interested in it. But you can also use it directly, especially if you've already learned how to do pattern drafting manually. You can use this the same way that you do your pattern drafting manually. All you need to know is to know how to use these tools right at the left here. As you can see here, you cannot use any of these tools. It's not activated. And the only way you can activate it is if you create pattern set. So let's go ahead and create a pattern set. The very first thing you need to do is to get to measurements and then go to Open Simly Me. Now this is where you're going to use to create the measurement sets. If you look at these two pluses here, there's Add Known and Add Custom. If you click on Add Custom, first of all, you need to create a new file. Then when you click on new file, you leave it as individual because I'm creating an individual measurement set just for me, one person. And I'm going to be using centimeters. You can go ahead and change it to millimeters or change it to inches. It depends on what you want to use. But I'm going to be using centimeters. And then you click on OK. Now, once you click on OK, this is what comes out. So you have two things here, add known or add custom. If you want to create an add custom simply means you add something, a measurement that you want. Maybe you want a measurement of a shoulder to under bust. So this is where you're going to do that. But most times I will not advise you to do that because it will be a waste of time. Because most of these measurements, you already have them in what you call add known. So when you come here, I advise you, forget about custom, except you want to make a very, very special kind of dress and you need very, very special kind of measurements. Other than that, this is really not so necessary. So it's best to go to add known. And when you go to add known and you click on it, you're having all kinds of measurements you can possibly think about. And they're arranged in alphabetical order. Now, if I click this arrow right here, you see that all those things that has to do with direct height measurement is hidden. The next one is direct width measurement. If I remove that, the next one is indentation. I'm going to show you what all those things look like. These are all hand measurements you can possibly need, especially if you want to make something like gloves. Foot measurements, head measurements, circumference and arc, which is very important when it comes to all the circumference that has to do with your neck, your bust, your waist, your hips, everything that has to do with circumference measurements. You can find it under this subcategory. Of course, you have vertical measurements. That is things like armpit to waist, neck front to waist, high bust to waist, and things like that. Those are vertical measurements. So if you put that, then you have your horizontal measurement like your shoulder to shoulder, across chest, front, across chest, back, your armpit to armpit, and things like that. That's where you have this horizontal measurement. And of course, you have all your bust measurements like bust point, bust circumference, things like that. Front bust, high bust, low bust. You know, that is where you have all those kind of measurements like balance measurements and all that, arm measurements. So you can see that, there's no kind of measurements you possibly need that you will not find here. There is none. That is why I'm taking my time to take you through to see that there's actually no measurement you will not find here. For instance, if you want to look at the height measurement, if you click on just one like this, it shows you what different kinds of height measurements. You can see height measurement here. If you go to number 1 here, number 1 is your full height. If you see, that's number 1. It goes up right here, your full height. Let me bring it up, you see it. That is your full height, right from your head here. You can see number 1. That is your full height. So if you pick that, that means you're looking for your full height. But the measurement set we want to create is a measurement set that we want to use to create a basic body block, and so on and so forth. I probably do not need all this for my basic body block, because most of the measurements here is from your head down, from your shoulder down, and all that. And it's completely down to your feet. It's not down to any part of the body. If you notice here, it's completely down to your feet. Like here, this is waist completely down. So all the measurements on this category A, I will not need it. So I will just close it. Direct width, let me check that. So this is shoulder width. As you can see, number 1 here, this is your shoulder width. Number 2, this is your bust width, and all that. So I think we'll need a shoulder shoulder to shoulder, the back. I think I will take shoulder width for the back. Width bust for the back. Okay, I think I'll need that. Width of your hips, yeah, for the back, waist for the back. Now let's go to, I don't think we need indentation, but let me just show you what it looks like. That is an indentation. What's the distance between the curve of your neck and the curve of your back? There are certain kinds of styles you might need this, but for this we do not need it. So I think you're beginning to understand my point. So you just click all measurements. Hand, we don't need it. Foot, we don't need it. Circumference, we are going to need some, so just click on it. Then we are going to pick all the measurements here that we need. If you want to see what the measurement looks like, you just click on it, the picture comes out, and then you can try to pick out what you need. Like circumference, like this, we are going to need it. Neck, we are going to need it. Waist, we need it. Full circumference of higher hip and the basic hips. So I'm going to go ahead and pick out all the measurements we need, and then we'll continue from there. I hope this is not too confusing, so go ahead and pick out all the basic measurements we need. I'm going to do it also, and then I'll show you when I finish picking it out. Then you can check the one that you left out and then add it. I finished choosing all the measurements we are going to need. And when you're done with choosing the measurements, just come here and click on OK. And then you have all your measurements. There you have all the measurements that you need. As you can see now, any one of those measurements you click, you'll see right here the diagram of where that measurement is. So it will guide you on how you're going to take your measurements. So these are all the measurements I've chosen. These are all the measurements. So what you're going to do now is, when you click on one, like let's click on this one. This is BO1. That is number 1 here. And it will actually tell you right here, horizontal distance from shoulder tip to shoulder tip. Horizontal distance from shoulder tip to shoulder tip at the back. See, it's at the back. So that's what you're going to do. You're going to measure yourself shoulder tip to shoulder tip. Let's say my shoulder tip to shoulder tip is 14.5. So I'll just come here and write 14. That's in inches. So normally it's not 14.5, that is inches. But if I have to do it in centimeters, I have to put my centimeter value right there. So that's what you're going to do for each of it. You measure yourself. Each of it, you measure yourself. Look for where that number corresponds. Right here, this GO3. You come here, that's number 3 right here. That is circumference across the chest to the back. That is your chest circumference. You measure it in centimeters or in inches, and then you put it right here. So normally what you might want to do is, for me, you might decide to just print this out, do your measurements, write it on the paper, then come and hold the paper and enter all your measurements right here. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to get all the measurements right here, and then we are now going to save it. So let me do that quickly, and then you see what it looks like, so that you know whether you've done your own right or wrong. When you're done with putting in your measurements, this is what it looks like. Now, I didn't show you, if you want to expand it so that you see it well, just go up here, where you see that cross, and then you can, reduce or expand it to be able to see what you're measuring, the actual name of what you're measuring. And once you've done your measurement, you can see it right here. And you notice that for some of those measurements, there's actually a calculation for it. It will calculate it for you. for some of the measurements. So it's not all the measurements that you actually have to measure physically. You can also do a calculation for you. Now, once you have all your measurements right there, what you need to do now is to go here and save it. Go here and save it. Mine is not highlighted because I have saved it before. So once you finish, you save it. If I want to use these same measurements for another person or for another size, instead of me to go back and be choosing all of it, I can just change the values, put in the values of that person or that customer that wants to create this same pattern. Just put in those values, click it here, to change the value, click the other one, put the value, click the next one, put the value. And when you finish, you can now save as that person's name or that customer's name. And this saves you a lot of time, especially when you start creating different styles, different patterns. So you don't need to go and start, creating a fresh set. Just go to that pattern set or measurement set for that pattern, and then add in the new measurements you have for your customers, and then save it as per the name of your customer. And if you also want to print it, you can also click on print, and it gives you this, so you can print it out and keep it. But for me, I will just, I'm not connected to my printer, so what I will do, I will just put it as a Microsoft print to PDF, as a PDF document. So that's what I will do. So now once I've done that, I'll just go to print, and then it will ask me where I'm going to put it. I'll put it on my desktop, and I'll just put it as my measurements. Measurement for Simly 2D. Narrator. So I'll just save it. I need to save on my desktop. So now if I go to my desktop, I should be able to find it somewhere on my desktop. I'll look for it later. So that is how to create a measurement set using Simly 2D. So I've come to the end of this video showing you how to create your measurement sets with Simly 2D. Please go ahead and create your measurement sets, because this is the measurement set you are going to be using. I'm going to be using to actually show you the different pattern drafting tools in Simly 2D and how you can use them to draft your patterns. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you will go ahead and start, because learning actually has to do with doing. If you just listen and you do not do it, you will not be able to learn how to transit from manual pattern making to CAD pattern drafting. Completely free course. I'm teaching you what people will pay to learn. So I hope you appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Till next time. Hi guys, welcome to today's video. If you're new to my channel, my name is Enorita James, and I try to take you by the hand and show you how to translate from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. This is part 2 of my video series on introducing you to Simly 2D CAD pattern drafting software. If you do not know what Simly 2D is, I would advise you to go watch video 1. This is about video 4 of my series on Simly 2D, but it is part 2 or video 2 on introducing you to Simly 2D pattern drafting tools. In my last video, I showed you how to use all these tools. So if you want to know how to use these tools, please go ahead and watch that video, and I'm going to link it below this video. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to use the remaining tools. I'm not going to be showing you all the tools because some of them are a little bit too complicated for this video. I'll just show you a few more in this video. So if that is what interests you, don't go away, stay tuned, and let us continue from where we stopped in video 1. So I've gone ahead to draw some few extra lines. If you watch the other video, you'll notice that the only lines we had were these lines. So I've gone ahead to do some few extra lines using these tools just to be able to do some further illustrations. So let's go to lines. This is quite simple. It has only 2 functions. This one is when you want to join one point to another point. For instance, if I click on it, I can just join this point, maybe A5. I can join it to A10. And that's it. Just to join 2 points together. There's nothing much in this particular one. So return it. Then this one is if you have 2 lines. Okay, let me go back there because I need to illustrate something. Let me see, I need to illustrate something. Okay. Let me join from this. Let me join from this point to this point. Good. Now, for this next one, if you have a line and it crosses another line, I need to create a point there. The reason you create points on CAD, I'll keep emphasizing, is that you need points to join one thing to the other. Without points, you cannot join things together. So you need to create points. So let's say you have this crossing here. I need to create a point on this intersection. So to get a point here, you need to just highlight this and highlight this, and the point comes on. So first you click on this, and then we'll draw, highlight where we want, and then we want from here also to here. Let me start. Sometimes it behaves strange. From here to here. So it gives you that point. So sometimes you have to do it a few times before you get what you want. So it actually gives you a point of intersection between the 2. So now let's go to curves. There are several curves here. I'm going to talk about a few. The first one is a simple curve. Like I normally use this if I'm doing a armhole curve. Let's say I just want to do a curve from here to here to here. All I have to do is to click on it, and then click the points I want the curve to start and where to end, and it gives you something like this that will help you to curve it the way you want. And once you draw it, it gives you these 2 places that you can actually use, click on the curve. It gives you these 2 handles you can see here. You can actually curve it the way you want to create the curve of your arm. I normally just use this when I'm doing my armhole curve or a neck curve. So that's it for that particular curve. Now there's another curve, this one. Now this one, use it if you have several curves you want to put together. Like look at this, if I want to put this together like 1, 2, or I want it to go from here to here to here, maybe come down to here. So once you click that, you have to click where it is starting. Then it will come here, it will come here, it will come here, and it will end up here. So once it ends up here, you click on enter so that you can stop. If you don't click on enter, you keep going round with it. So the good thing is that you can actually play with it if you want, as much as you want to play with it. That's the good thing. So this can be used if you want to kind of create patterns that has a lot of curves or something. You can use it, to do exactly what you want, to curve it the way you want. If you create patterns that has a lot of scallops or a lot of, this is the one you can use for it. It's always so busy. I don't like using it, except I want to do anything that has to do with scallops or something like that. So that's what that one is all about. This one is almost the same thing with this, so I won't even bother with that. And this is if you want to get a center line on a curve. So let's go to this our curve. Sorry. Let's go to this our arm curve. Let me remove this one. It's too busy for me. So let's go to this arm curve. When you click on the curve, let's say you want to do a midpoint between here to here. Maybe you want to see where you want to create your French curve or something like that. So if you want to actually create a point on this, as I said earlier, where maybe you want to create a French curve here, all you have to do now is to click on this and then click on that. And then it will ask you, how much do you want from the beginning? So maybe you want something like 4 centimeters from the beginning, and you click on OK. So it gives you that point right here. So you now know you can use this point now, maybe draw your French curve or whatever you want to do with that. So that is just to create a point on the curve. So let's go back and let's look at the last one that has to do with curve. Now, if you want to create a curve with a particular angle, let's say you want a particular angle on a curve, that is when you use this one. So if you click on it and then you click first on the curve and then you want, how do you want this angle to be? Which point now do you want to angle to this curve? So you can, let's say we want this A12. So it gives you this line where you can turn to whatever angle you want on the curve. So you can want it right there, you can make it right here, you can make it right here, however angle you want. So let's say you want it here, just click on it and it gives you that angle. If you want to change the angle a little bit, it's not exactly what you want. If you right click here, go to properties, it actually shows you the angle. If you wanted, maybe you wanted 70, you can actually change it to 70. So that's how that particular one works. So that's how it works. Because sometimes you might want to use a particular angle to maybe to draw something from your armhole or to draw something from your neck. So it depends on whatever you want to use. So we're now done with the curves. So we'll now go on to the arc. So now let's talk about the arc. Most times you use this to create things like collar, most collars that has a curve, or things like skirts that are flay. So if you want to create an arc, you first click on it. Then the first thing you need to do is to, from which point are you going to create this curve? So if, let's say we want to start from A2. Now, it's going to ask you for the radius. If you're used to pattern drafting, you know that if you're doing a circle skirt, or you want to create a sleeve that has a circle edge, you know you need a radius from where this flay will come out from. So let's say I need a radius of 8. Now the first angle is, where is this going to start from? First angle is 0. Remember, 0 is on your right. So first angle is 0. And then the second angle, is it going to go towards upwards? Is it going to go downwards? Is it going to go all round? Is it an all round thing? Especially if you're doing a circular skirt. If you're doing a circular skirt, your second angle will be 360. But if it's just something that is just half of it, it will be 180. Or if you want 1/4 of it, it to be 90. So let's first start with second angle of 90. So you understand what I mean. And then you click on OK. So that's your arc. This is your radius. Radius most times is how long is it? Like if you want a flare skirt, this radius will be the length of your waist to your knee, if that is where you want the skirt to stop. So that is where this radius is to get this flare. If it is a flare sleeve, this of course will be the length of your sleeve. That is what the radius will be. So let's say we want a circle skirt. It's just the same thing. You click on where you want it to start. You go first here. Click on where you want that to start. Your radius, the first start can be 0. Your second angle will be 360. No, sorry. Your radius, I use the same radius. Your radius, let's say I use a radius of the same 8. First angle is 0. Second angle is 360. Okay. So that's your circle skirt. That's your circle skirt. That's how to create a circle skirt. It's just as easy as that. So I reduce the arc to 180. It's very easy to do if you want to reduce the arc to 180. You just click on it, right click, go to properties, and then you can reduce it here to whatever degrees you want the arc to be. It was 360 before, I just reduced it to 180. I just wanted to quickly show you how to do that. Now let's go to this particular one. We finished with showing you how to create an arc. Then what does this one mean? If you want to create a particular length or a point on the arc for a particular length, that's when you use this particular one. So once you click on it, now what length do you want? And from where do you want it? Do you want it to start from here? Or do you want it to start from here? That's what it means. So let's say I want to start from the start point from here, and I want a distance of about 5 centimeters, and I'll click OK. So you see, that it has moved a distance of 5 centimeters on this curve. Now, if you click on that, maybe you right click on it and look at properties, you can see that you can increase the length. If you want, increase the length from 5 to whatever length that you want. So that's it for this particular function. Now, this function has to do with intersection and creating an intersection on your curve. To do that, first you choose the curve that you want to point towards, and then choose from where you want that intersection line to come from. So when you get the line, you can shift it anywhere you want. So it depends on whatever pattern you're making that you can use this. You can create intersections on your arcs or whatever, in whatever position that you want and at whatever angle that you want. Like once you click on it, this is showing me this. Once you click on it, it shows you where it is intersecting. Like here now, you can change this angle of intersection if you want. Just by clicking to find the properties, you can always change the angle. This is the angle. You can change it to whatever angle you want. So that's all about that particular function. Now, this function, this is self-explanatory. If you have two curves, you just use this to find the point of intersection. It's just like when you have two straight lines that are intersecting, you just highlight the lines and then it tells you the point of intersection. So that's what that is all about. We can quickly do that. Let me see if I can create another point here. Let me go to points. Let me create a center. Let me create a point at the center of this. With this to this. I'll create a point. Sometimes this seems too. I don't know what's up with it at times, but it's one of those things with all these digital things. So we've created a point. So let me see whether I can create an arc that can intersect with this other one. Create this here. And then maybe a radius of 8 to first angle 0, second angle 180. And then I press OK. So you see that it is intersecting here. So now if you go back to this particular function, you highlight the two curves, then it gives you that point there. So that's what that is all about. So we are still talking about the arc. I've told you what to do with this, and this. This for me is virtually the same thing with this, only that you're going to use two circular as complete circles to find that. For me, it's virtually the same principle of intersection of arcs. Now, this one is the same with this one, so I won't bother with that. Now, this one is if you want to create a circle with a particular known length. Now, if you see most of those things, patterns that you do with skirts, and you want to create some skirt frills, now you can use that. So you now know the exact length of how you want that curve to be. So if you click on that, first of all, you click on where you want. There must always be a point, as I said, for you to click on to be able to generate your curve. So you now, let's say I want a radius of 8, and my first angle is of course 0. Now instead of writing a second angle here, you actually write the length that you want. So let's say I want a length of 12 centimeters. So if I click OK, so it gives me that curve. You know, as I said, you can use it for all those frills you can use on your skirts, but you can also use it to create your collar. You know, your collars is not so straight. You can use it to create something like that. So that is it for this particular tool. So we're now done with the arc tools. Let's go to operations. Let me remove this so that we make it very clear. Under operations, I rarely use all these things. The only one I use here is this drawing of your darts. How to draw your darts. I've already gone ahead to create points. You know, if you're creating your darts manually, once you've created the darts like this, if you fold it, you know that it's not normally straight. So that is what we mean by drawing of darts. You have to make allowance for the folding. And that is where this particular tool comes in. So how do you use it? So first of all, let me join this two here. Let me join this thing. Let me go to line. Let me join these 2 points. To these points. Okay. So let's say we want to create a waist dart. So what you do, you go to operations, you go to that, highlight that, and then first you need to highlight the line, the baseline where the dart is going to be on. So that will be from this A up to this 15, that's A15, that is where I want that baseline. And then you come back and now start where the dart how the dart is going to be. You normally go clockwise when it comes to this. You must go clockwise. You hit on the first point and then you come down to the second point of the dart. Let's see. Have you seen it? It creates that extra length for you so that when you're cutting your dart, you don't cut straight. You just go like this, go like that, and then like this when you're cutting your dart. So that's how beautiful it is. So you can just do your dart and then do your pattern. So the next one is this piece here. That is how to extract your pattern. Once you've done your pattern like this, you don't leave it like this. You cannot print it like this. You have to extract it first so that you can add your seam allowances before you're able to print it. And that is what this is all about. Now, when you're done, I forgot something. When you're done with this, once you click out, it goes off. But those points are there to show you so that we can now draw line, join all the points, and have it in place. So what I'll do, I'll join this to this, join this to this, join this to this, and this to this, to actually show you how the pattern will be extracted. So what I've done is, as I said, once you've created that dart, you need to join the points, which I've just done now. Because without joining the points, you will not be able to extract your pattern the way you want it to be. And that's the final thing I'm going to show you. Once you've created your pattern like this, you cannot print it out like that. You need to extract it first. And to do that using your Simly tool, you go to Operations, and you go, no, not Operations, you go to Piece, sorry. Then this place, you have this plus here. This is where you're going to click to start extracting your patterns. And when you're extracting your patterns, you're going to go clockwise. Always clockwise. That is from here to here. Always. Don't go like this, it won't work. Clockwise. So I'm going to start from the neck, click on it. I'm going to click on this. And I'm going to click on A2. And I'm going to click on A5. And I'm going to click on the curve, and I'm going to click on A9. I'll come down to A15, then the dart A17, the first leg of the dart, the second leg of the dart, and then of course the last end of it. And then once you've done that, you just hit enter on your computer, hit enter. Once you see this OK is highlighted, that means you did everything well. We didn't do everything well, this will not be highlighted. So if I click on OK, we can now find our pattern piece right here, where you see piece here. If you click on it, that is our pattern piece. And if you see, the seam allowance is added because this is highlighted. If you do not want a seam allowance, just come here. This is the symbol for the seam allowance. Click on it and the seam allowance goes up. Even the green line is there automatically. But I always like my seam allowance to be there so that when you're printing out, you print out everything. But you can, as I said, if you want to save your paper, you can print it out without seam allowance. But this is nice because the whole thing is uniform. It will make life easy for you when you're cutting. So that is our pattern. With this, I've come to the end of this video, and I hope you actually enjoyed it. I've shown you how to use all this, and I want to stop here. I don't want to make it further. The video is already too long. So now that you've seen what you can use each of those tools in Simly 2D to do, I did not exactly tell you about all the tools. I just told you the ones that are actually basic and the ones you'll be using frequently. As you learn the tool, you begin to know how to use the other tools. Now that you've learned how to use the tools, in my next video, we're actually going to create a basic body torso. A basic body torso block. A torso block is a block that is from your shoulder to your hips. And that video, I'll divide it into 3 parts. So if that is what interests you, then get ready to watch my next video, where we're actually going to use Simly 2D pattern drafting tools to create a basic body torso block. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to subscribe so that you get informed when I upload videos on CAD pattern drafting software. Stay blessed. Hi guys, welcome to today's video. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to do a slash and spread technique using Simly 2D. If you're a pattern drafter, slash and spread technique is not something new. Normally, those techniques are normally used when you want to do gathers, at any point of a pattern. Maybe you can do it on the shoulder level, or you can do it from your waist level going upwards. So wherever you want to do a kind of, gathers, fullness of a dress, typically we use a slash and spread technique of the darts to be able to do that. That is easy for you if you're doing manual pattern drafting. But how do you do this using Simly 2D, which is a completely free CAD pattern drafting software? That is what this video is all about today. Hi, my name is Enorita James, and in my channel I take you by the hand and I show you how to transit from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. So if you're interested in actually finding out how you can do a slash and spread technique using Simly 2D, then stay tuned, don't go away, and let's get started. Now this is my Simly 2D software. If you're just coming upon this video and you do not know what Simly 2D CAD pattern drafting software is, Simly 2D is an open source CAD pattern drafting software that you can use to design dress patterns. Now if this is new to you, I have a full playlist of over 25 videos taking you through all you need to know about drafting your own patterns using Simly 2D. So that is something that is rich with a lot of resources that you can get that people will not even give it to you free. And that you can find such resources anywhere else. So take advantage of it if you really want to learn CAD pattern drafting software. Now in this video, this is what your Simly 2D looks like once you open it. Now to get to my basic blocks, I'll just go to File. I have my basic block here that I registered. This is the basic block. If this looks strange to you, I have a dedicated video taking you through how to actually create your own basic block according to your body measurements. Now, Simly 2D is fantastic for M2M. M2M means made to measure patterns that just fit you, because you put in your measurements, draft the patterns according to your measurements, and it will fit. And you just draft basic block once, and from this basic block, you can generate all kinds of styles. So this is the front part, which I'm going to be using to illustrate how to do a slash and spread. And once I show you the technique, you can use it to generate a slash and spread from any part of your patterns. Now, see, this is my base block. I normally create a copy to do whatever illustration I want to do. And you should do same. Once you have your basic block like this, and you want to do an illustration, don't use it direct. Save it as something else so that you can use it to illustrate. So I'll just go here to File. I will go to Save As. And then I'll just give it a name like slash and spread. Just say slash and spread. Is that correct? slash and spread. And then I will save it. So this is saved now as slash and spread, So what do I do now? Before you can even do any kind of illustration, you have to remove all these things, so you can have a free pattern to work with. I just come up here to Group Manager, click on this eye icon and remove it. If you want to know how to create group managers like this, I have a dedicated video. The playlist is below this video. You can go ahead and watch it. Because if you just come across this video, you might not be able to understand. You may be feeling lost. Take your time, watch my playlist. Believe me, everything I'm doing here, I've taken a whole video to just talk about it. That's why I don't want to waste so much time talking about how to create groups and all that. Just know that once you've created your patterns, you need to create groups where you hide all these pattern lines, especially when you want a free pattern like this to be able to do other kinds of patterns from this your basic pattern. So now we have a clean pattern. Let's get to work and let me show you how to do this slash and spread. The place I want to do the slash and spread is this shoulder. I want to do a slash and spread here so that I'll get a kind of fullness, that gives a kind of fullness to the bust area. Just to let you know, you can do your slash and spread from your shoulder here. You can do it here from the waist start. You can do it here from the center here. You can also do it here from the side. Now, it depends on the kind of style you want to do. But whatever I'm going to be showing you now is something you can use anywhere in this your basic block, no matter the style. You use the same technique, the same method when it comes to Simulate 2D. So the very first thing I want to do here, I already have our center point here, So I'm going to create 4 centimeters to the right and 4 centimeters to the left. And to do that, we are going to be using this particular tool. If you want to know how to use all these tools, as I said once again, please watch my playlist. You'll be able to get to know the functions of each of these tools because they're very important. If you don't know the functions, you won't know what to use for what particular effect that you want on your patterns. So just click on that. And then I'm going to come here. I'm going to go this way first. This box comes out and I need 4 centimeters. I'll just put there 4 and then apply and okay. So I have it here, 826. Let me just bring it up there. I'm going to do the same thing again on the opposite side. This side, the same 4 centimeters. And okay, now this 4 centimeters is not fixed. It depends on you and now the fullness you want with that gathers when you sew up the darts. So it depends on you. But for me, I'm taking 4 because I know I'm going to be dividing them into 2 centimeters for each of the darts. So that's how I'm doing it. So it depends on you, whatever you like. It's not fixed. So that's what I need to let you know. So we'll apply and then it's okay. So we have these 2 here. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to draw lines from here to the apex of this dart. But before I do that, I think I should do the rotation first. Let me create other points first that will give me the darts. And then to do that, we are going to be using, operations. We are going to be using this tool. This tool is called Rotate Selected Objects. So you click on it. Now the idea is, you know that when you slash here and slash here and slash here, normally, you're going to spread it. You spread this, spread this, spread this. On a normal manual paper, pattern paper. So that's exactly what we are going to do. I'm going to spread it by rotating the points. Don't be confused. That is why I'm taking my time to show you how to do this digitally. So once you click on that, So this is going to shift. So I'm going to start there. I'm going to click on that. It's going to shift. And then I'll press my control on my computer. This is also going to shift. This will shift. A8 will shift. This will shift. This will shift. And this will shift. And then I'll hit enter on my computer. And then I want to look for the pivot point. And of course, the pivot point is this A. This. So you're going to have this thing that will help you shift it. You see all the points that I had? See it there? The pink points. Those are the points. So now I'm going to be shifting A26 to the center. That will give me 2 centimeters each. As I said, watch this again if it's a little bit confusing. Just shift it. Look at those purple or pink points, Shift it to ensure that it is at the center. The very first one is at the center. All other ones will just be in place. And once it is at the center like so, you just hit enter. And then it will ask you whether it should be this suffix. Yes, that's the suffix we are going to be using. And that is okay. So you see that each of the points have its own numbers. As you can see now, each of those points has its own numbers. So we need to place it well because it's very important you know which one is which. So after placing it well now it is time to draw the lines. So I'm going to draw lines from each point here to meet the apex point. So I'm going to draw the line from each point to meet the apex. First, let me put this everything well so that we know what we are joining. So let's draw the points. And to do that, we'll go to line, click on this tool, and then I'm starting from A26 to join it there. Click on it again, 26A1 to join it there again. A25, join it. So essentially, I'm just joining all the points to the same place. When you learn how to use similitude, you really need to use your imagination and see how you can create your styles, really. The trick is just to know the tools. Then once you have your styles and you know how to do this manually, you can simply just implement it just the way I'm doing. I think there's the one that is remaining that I've not done. That's it. Okay. Now this is the new sleeve. This is the new sleeve from here to here. That's the new sleeve. That's A811. So now we've done that. The next thing that we need to do is to join each of them together. And I'll join this to this, to this, to this, to this, to this, to this, to this. You need to do that because when it comes to extracting it, if you don't join it, you'll have challenges when you're extracting this pattern. So next, let's join each of it. Like this one, I'll join it to A8. I'll now join A8 to this. I'll join that to this. 27 to this. I'll join this to this. Just if you have your similitude, just follow what I'm doing. You find out that it's not really that complicated as you think. Finish. So now let's create the new arm hole, and that we are going to be using a curve. So we'll use this curve, and that will be from this new. This is the new one. Be from here to here, and so we are going to curve it. Use these little handles and then curve it to sit just like the former one, like so. Come back to this handle here. So, good. So that is our new this thing. And then we are now going back to line, and then we are going to be joining this new one to this one. That is a new point. We'll join the second one, this A18 one, to this new point. And then the last line, because you've shifted this start will reduce. So this is where it has reduced to. So we'll join A23 one to A21. So this here now is the new waist that has reduced because of this slash and spread that we've done up there. So that's it. The next thing is just to extract it. So in the next section, I'll just show you how to extract this. And then I'll show you a trick of how you're going to extract this particular section. Because you're not going to be extracting it at once. I'm going to show you the trick on how you're going to do that in the next section. Now, when it comes to extracting this, you have to extract it in two parts. We'll extract this first side that comes with all the dots, and then we'll extract the side part of the pattern. So we're going to extract this pattern twice. That is two ways, not all at once. So how do you do that? You now come here to piece, click on this plus sign that shows you pattern. And then we are going to start from here. Go to A24. Come up to A21. Come up to A27A1. A27. A25A1. A25. A26, A1, A26, A11, click on the neck curve, come to A14, A3, A10, and then we hit enter. So once you hit enter, if you see this OK highlighted, that means you did the right thing. So what we'll do now, we'll click on OK. Now if we go to piece, and we go to fit, and that's the pattern piece. That's the pattern piece. Let me shift this. So that's our pattern piece. So let's go get the second one, the second part of the pattern. We are going to go back to piece. We go to here, and we're going to start here. Go here, A18, A1, A17, A1, click on the arm curve, and then we go to A18, A1, and then we come to A18, and then we come to A21, and then we hit enter, and hit OK. Then we get to the pattern piece, and that is the piece right here. So you see, that's the trick of doing it. So now, if you leave it like that, you will not know how to, sew your dots. So that is where we are now going to show you a quick trick. As I said, you cannot do the dots to extract it. You have an opening, so it's better you do it like this, and then you come and create the lines of the dots. And how do you do that? You go back to draft. We come here to piece. We come here where they said path. Click on it. And then the very first part here is A26 to A21. And you hit enter. And then of course it's on our pattern piece here. And we click on OK. Now if you go back to the piece, you see that line here. So that's just the trick. So we're going to create the second line, which is for that first dot. We're going to create these two lines, which is for the second dot, Then we are going to create this last line. We will make up for the last dot. So by the time you hold those 3 dots together, you will get your fullness towards your bust area. So let me quickly do those lines. I'm going to use the same method to do those lines, and then you see the way it looks like. Once you've added all the lines, using that tool of creating a part, this is what your pattern looks like. This is your final pattern. This is what it looks like. So you can now see the lines of your dots. So you have this dot here, this space here, this second dot, and of course this third dot. So by the time you sew the dots together, it gives you that fullness towards the bust, from the shoulder to the bust. Essentially, that is how you can create your slash and spread digitally using Simly 2D free CAD pattern drafting software. You can now download your patterns in PDF format, which I'm not going to show you on this video. The video is already long. I have a dedicated video showing you how to download your patterns as PDF formats. With this, I've come to the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed it. Do try your hands on creating this slash and spread. As I said, you can use anywhere. Let's go back to the draft. You can use anywhere. It must not be only the shoulder. With this method, you can try it here at the center piece, at the waistline. You can try it here from the waist dot. You can try it here at the side. You can try it here. Depends on whatever style you want. This is just the basic way of doing it. I can help you to use slash and spread. If you're just coming across my video and you don't know anything about CAD pattern drafting, if you scroll down this video, like this is one of my videos, if you scroll down any of my videos, you will come to where I have my playlist. The very first one, Simly 2D pattern drafting software. It's made up of over 25 videos, taking you step by step, showing you how to start to learn CAD pattern drafting or digital dress pattern drafting. I don't think there's any way you can find such a detailed information on how you can start. It doesn't matter whether you don't know anything about pattern drafting. The way I took my time to teach this, anybody can learn CAD pattern drafting using Simly 2D. And the reason I chose Simly 2D is because it's completely free and it's actually user-friendly, and you can actually take your time to practice several times. So if you're really interested in graduating from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting, this is the playlist for you. You can find it in any of my videos. I have it in all my videos. Just come here and then you can start your CAD pattern drafting journey. That is the playlist. Everything you need to know about Simly 2D is here. From downloading it, from how to use the tools, from how to extract, from how to create your basic blocks, everything that has to do with Simly 2D, and how to actually generate styles, with Simly 2D. So with this, I've come to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, don't forget to drop your comment. If you try your hands on it and you have any challenges, please drop your comment. I'll get back to you ASAP. Thank you for watching till my next video. Hi. In today's video, according to the topic, I'll be introducing you to 10 affordable CAD pattern drafting tools or softwares, especially if you're a home sewer. If you're somebody that runs a simple home fashion business or a simple sewing business and you want to upgrade your business and start producing digital patterns. Hi, my name is Enorita James. In my channel, I take you by the hand and I show you how to transit from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. I have a lot of videos using free CAD pattern drafting softwares to learn digital pattern drafting. But there are some things with free CAD pattern drafting softwares that you cannot do, especially if you want to turn your pattern drafting into a business. There are things that you need to do with a click of a mouse to be able to generate, professional looking digital patterns that you can sell as digital products on your store. So if that is what interests you, stay tuned and let's start with the very first one. So now, if you're actually searching for a CAD pattern drafting tool that you can use that is affordable, especially as I said, if you're a simple home sewer or you run a simple sewing business or you're just a simple tailor that you've been making your clothes, but you want to go digital and you want to find out, are there CAD pattern drafting tools that are actually affordable? Because most times people fear to go digital because of the cost of subscription or most of these popular CAD pattern drafting softwares like Marvelous Designer, Glow, the 3D, or even Browseware, or Optitex, all those things are, their subscription rate is quite high, I must say, it's high. And again, the learning curve for such sophisticated softwares intimidates a lot of people. That is why you find out that a lot of people, even though they want to learn digital pattern drafting, they are stuck. Number one, they can't afford it. Why would they learn something that at the end of the day, they can't even afford to use it, considering the long learning curve? So that is why I'm bringing this video to you to let you know that there are actually some affordable pattern drafting tools, no matter the level that you are, that you can actually start using. Now, there are two kinds that I'm going to discuss here. I'm going to be introducing you to the one that you can just pay once and the software, download the software and you can use it as long as you want, just one-time payments. And then there are those that are subscription based that you can also use. So that's how I'm going to tell you about them. Like I have 5 here as a one-time payment, which I'm going to introduce you to, and I have another 5 here, subscription-based payments. So it depends on whichever one suits you. You can make your choice after listening till the end of the video. So let's start with those that are just one-time payments. And the one I'm going to start with is what is known as the Pattern Maker software. Now, this is a Windows-based CAD program and it's specifically built for garment and pattern making. There are some of these tools that when you go to them, they do other things, including CAD pattern drafting. But this one is just for a CAD dress pattern making. So if you go to their website, this is their website, Pattern Maker software. And you can also have a free trial. You can download the free trial and test it. So it's not something that you can just buy immediate. So these are the kind of things I like bringing to you, especially if you're a beginner and you're looking for what you can actually use and later use it for your business. So it's better to learn something that in future you can use and you can afford, So as I said, Pattern Maker software is the first one. You can click here to view all their features and what you can do. You can click here to learn more. This Pattern Maker used to be Pattern Made for You. Remember, I made a video on this. This used to be pattern made for you, but they are no longer pattern made for you. They are now called pattern maker. So once you put in pattern maker in Google, it will bring you here, and then you can go through and see what you can do. You can check out their programs. You can go to their store to find out how to download their softwares and all that. Their collections, they have a blog here you can go through and read and everything. And they also have support, and they have videos you can look at to see how you can use it, So that's it for pattern maker software. That's number one, that you can pay at once, download it, and use it as long as you want, And for this pattern maker, they have two kinds. You have the deluxe editor that you can buy for $110, and it's mostly for home sewers. So this is the one, if you're just a simple home sewer and you want to, use it, you can try this one. At least you can save up and buy it. Or if you want to be more professional, you want to use your professional studio form, you go for the one of 420 euros. So that's it for the first one. Let's go to the second and third one. The second one I want to talk about is called Wild Ginger Cameo. Now, Wild Ginger is huge. It has a lot, but it is this Cameo V8 that is specifically the one that I want to talk about. It is I would say it's on the expensive side, but the only good thing is that you pay it once. I mean, if you have to run a subscription, for things like that, I think Optitex is about, whether it's $50 a month or something like that. If you have to run a subscription, just 1 year or 1.5 years, this money will be gone. But this way, you just buy it and then you use it, And it's mostly used by fashion educators, professionals, and it has been around since 1995. Since 1995. So, and they have a lot of free technical support and a lot of tutorials. So this is their website, the Cameo Apparel Pattern Software System. You can look at the video. They have a very rich video, really. I've looked at it. That can show you what they do. You have a free demo. And if you want to buy it, you click here to buy it. You also have a 15-day unconditional money-back guarantee. And these are the things you can do with it. Once you click it, it takes you to the places and what you can do with it. They also list here what you can do also with it. You have free and unlimited technical support. You have integrated help, tutorials. You have rotate, move patterns, everything. You can print full, you can print half, you can print quarter scale, you can export as PDF. This is very important when you're buying anything. Ensure that you can always export as PDF. It's the easiest form for any beginner. It's only professionals that want to take their patterns to 3D simulation softwares that actually export as all these DXF or other forms of it. But always ensure that you can export as PDF. And those all the ones I'm telling you now, you can export as PDF. So that's it with Wild Ginger. Now let's get to the next one, and that is Rich Piece Garment. This is a full function English CAD program. And the good thing with Rich Piece is that it has a free version. And there is no limit to the free version. It has a free version. The only thing is that it needs a little more of a learning curve. It's not that easy like that to learn it. You need a little more of learning curve. But I mean, it is free. So you have all the time in the world to really learn it if you want to learn it. So that's the good thing about it. So that is Rich Piece. And this is their website. As you can see, Rich Piece doesn't just do CAD. You have embroidery CAD. You have home textile CAD, quilting, even bags. You can auto sew. There's a lot on Rich Piece, but what I'm interested in is the actual garment CAD software. And if you come down here, you have free versions. This is the latest version, version 10.0. But But version 8 is free. If you read it here, it's a free, genuinely free, that you can download and practice with. This also has a free version. If you click to it, you get your free version. You can download it and practice with it. This video is just for me to introduce you and to bring to your notice that there are things like this that you can actually use if you're interested in learning CAD pattern drafting. So you put in richpiece.com, it takes you to their site, and then you can just check out the CAD software. And it's also, as I said, it's also a one-time payment. Richpiece is also. Ever wondered how you can change your CAD pattern drafting skill to revenue? You do not need to be a professional. Just start with an idea or a picture. This course will actually show you step by step how to turn your sketches or pictures into digital CAD patterns that you can sell on a digital website and begin to generate revenue. If that interests you, then click the link below and start your journey on earning with your digital skills. The last two pattern drafting, CAD pattern drafting software that you can just pay once and then you can use it as long as you want is the Lutherlaw system. The Lutherlaw system is very popular in Germany. A lot of people may have heard of it. I'm sure there are still a lot of people that may not have heard of it. Now, this is a very, very spectacular pattern drafting system. In fact, I started my channel on this. I used to use it a lot those days. I still use it once in a while. It is a German engineered physical drafting system, and they started using it right from 1930s. You don't need a computer really to use it. It's just a special tape and a scaling ruler that you need to use it. Let me show you their website so that you understand what I mean. This is their website. Let me remove this. This is their website. So once you put in Lutherlaw system, it comes here. They have a lot of how-to videos that you can click and watch. So this is exactly what it looks like. This is what it looks like. If you go to a quick view to see exactly how it looks like, this is it. It's made up of a catalog of different kinds of styles. And then with just your bust and your hip measurements, you can create these styles. Just with your bust and hip measurement, you'll be able to create the styles. So that's all there is to it. It normally comes with, I think, over 200, 200 fashion styles. So this is a special tip that comes with it. Then, of course, you have all the different kinds of styles in the catalog. As I said, I think it's over 200 styles. The only limitation is that you can only sew the styles that are there. You can only generate patterns for the styles that are there. But they do have quite a lot. This is just a summary of it. They have a lot of styles there. So you have a lot of choice to make. If you really want to know how to use this, then I have a lot of videos on this. As I said, when I started my YouTube channel, I talked a lot about this. So I have a lot of videos. So they have, apart from buying the catalog, they release some quarterly patterns. That is quarterly magazines that you can also purchase. So you're not really stuck to those this thing. You buy that one once because you need to use their special ruler to be able to generate the patterns with just 2 measurements. That is the exciting thing about this one. Just 2 measurements, you can generate a pattern. As I said, if you want to know how to use this, you can check out my YouTube channel. Let me see. You can check out this is my YouTube channel. I have over 131 videos on this. A lot of it on Lutalo. I have so much on it. I have a playlist just on it. As I said, over 100 and something videos. So if you come to my channel, check out a playlist on Lutalo pattern making software. You can just go through it. If it's something that you like to, try out. So that's it. Let's get to the last one that you can buy, and that is the Pattern Maker Pro. Pattern Maker Pro is also a very modern one-time purchase CAD pattern drafting software, and it's an affordable one, especially for the home sewer. The good thing is that it's a very modern thing, and you can use it offline too. So if you put in Pattern Maker Pro, it takes you to their website. This is their website. You can see it. You get Pattern Maker Pro now. Own it for life. I think it's about $300, I think, or €300. I'm not so sure. But if you really want to, turn your CAD pattern drafting to a business where you generate patterns, very classic professional patterns to sell as digital products, this is good for you. This is good for you because Pattern Maker Pro, you can do a lot. This is also one of those CAD pattern drafting softwares that I have a lot of videos on. So it's something that you can also learn how to use from my YouTube channel. You see a lot of videos that I talked about them. Pattern Maker Pro is amazing because under this learn, you have so much. You have their manuals. You have a lot. You have a lot of learning resources. You have the manual is very detailed. In fact, it is true. I went through the manual to be able to learn how to use it. It's very, very detailed. As I said, once you buy it, you own it for life. I think it's about $300. Either $300 or €300. Like, let me see. But the good thing with this is that once you may not need to buy it outright. You can download it and use it free, like this demo version. You can download it, you use it free as much as you want, as much as you want, and then if you decide to buy it, then you go ahead and buy it. So it's something that you can do, I want to see the price. I'm trying to get the price. $399. That's what it costs. One-time payment, and then this amazing software is yours. Software is yours. $399, almost $400, but it's a one-time thing. It's not a subscription thing. So that's it about Pattern Maker Pro. And as I said, if you put in Pattern Maker Pro on Google, in fact, my videos are the ones that will come up first. You just see these three that come up. Once you put Pattern Maker Pro, they are all my videos. They are all my videos on Pattern Maker Pro. So you can learn a lot on it. I also have a playlist on it. Everything here is my videos. They are my videos. Okay, this one is not my own. This is not my own. But the first 1, 2, 3, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are all mine. So just check my YouTube channel. You'll see a lot on it if it is something that you are interested in. So now we are done with the 5 pattern maker CAD pattern drafting softwares that you can just buy once, pay once, and then use it for life. Now let's go to the affordable CAD pattern drafting softwares that are based on subscription. The very first two that I'm going to talk about when it comes to subscription, affordable CAD pattern drafting softwares that you can subscribe to. This is completely different from what I just finished with, but these ones you need to subscribe monthly to be able to use it. The very first one I'm going to talk about is the White Rabbit CAD. This works on Windows, it works on Mac, and it also works on Linux. You know, it has a built-in tutorial videos right inside the software, which I'm going to show you. You can do a lot with this. I've used it. I have videos on it. So if you want to know how to use this, feel free. Because if you now go to Google and you put in White Rabbit, once again, my videos are come up, the first two. These are my videos. I talked about White Rabbit CAD, showing you how to download it and how to use it. If you scroll down, you see some videos from the company, White Rabbit CAD. This is my own video too, again. So you see quite some videos on White Rabbit CAD. If you go to their websites, I just went to this particular place so that I can show you the subscription and how much it costs. So this is what it costs, $29.99. If you're paying for a year, €240 every year, which is something you can, you'll be able to afford. You cannot compare this to all things like Marvelous Designer or Optitex or Cloud 3D. Those ones are so expensive monthly, So this is $240 a year. But the good thing is that there's a free demo, which you can try free as long as you want, just that you cannot save and you cannot print whatever patterns you do. But this is a wonderful way for you to try your hands on it and see if it is something that you like. So I just bring to you CAD pattern drafting softwares that as a beginner and as somebody that may really want to understand the software, you have the ability to do it. You must not pay. You can do it free. The only thing is that you cannot download. So that's it for White Rabbit. The next one is the PAD CAD system. That one is almost like White Rabbit, but White Rabbit is easier. I forgot to show you the way the software looks. This is the software. I have it downloaded on my computer. Very easy to download. And it comes with all these basic blocks from which you can generate styles. And then look at the interface. Just looking at it, it is very easy to learn. It's not intimidating. Just look at the interface. Very easy to learn, straight to the point. It's just like once you know how to do patterns manually. This particular one, this White Rabbit will be so easy for you to learn. So easy. So you can go ahead and watch my videos on it. As I said, if you get to my YouTube channel, you see videos on White Rabbit, and you can watch it to see how to download it and how to use it to generate CAD pattern, PDF downloadable CAD patterns. This here is the PAD CAD. It's almost like White Rabbit CAD, but it's a little bit cheaper when it comes to their subscription. It also has an affiliate program. So those are the basic things about it. But when it comes to the learning curve, White Rabbit is the one I will choose. If I'm to choose between learning this and learning White Rabbit, I'll choose White Rabbit, because I tried this. It was not looking too easy for somebody that doesn't know much about CAD pattern drafting to use. But just to let you know that this is there. And then the good thing about this is that you can also convert your manual patterns, especially if you're somebody that wants to, go digital, but you still don't have that energy to learn the ropes of CAD pattern drafting. You can use this to convert your manual patterns to digital patterns. If you want me to do a video on how you can convert manual patterns to digital patterns, please let me know. Drop your comments below this video and all that. So as I said, if you go to pricing right here, it's much cheaper than White Rabbit. For the basic, you pay $15 a month. which is quite cheaper. And you have, I think you can try it free for some time before you can pay. So that's it about PAD. Let's go to the next three, however. I call them pattern drafting websites, not softwares, in the sense that you do not actually need to download anything when it comes to these three. These last three I'm going to show you. They're also based on subscription method, and the learning curve is not much really because everything is already prepared for you. So let's start with the Telenova. If you put in Telenova in your Google, no, that's iCloud. If you put in Telenova, that's Telenova. If you scroll down, you also see my video. I have some videos on it showing you how to use Telenova. And then this is what their website looks like. As I said, this is a website that you use. And the way to use it is that they have different kinds of templates, sleeve templates, neck design templates, skirt templates, body templates, and all that. So this one, you don't even need to have any idea of how to generate patterns. You just mix some templates together and then you form a pattern. That's how easy it is. So let's go to the pricing, because this video is all about affordable CAD pattern drafting softwares for the simple home sewer. So this is their pricing, $29 a month. That's their pricing. But if you want to sell the patterns you generate, you have to go for $49 a month. This is the commercial one. This one you cannot sell just for somebody that sews at home, or you want to sew for your friend, or you want to sew for your family. This is the one you use. This is the one if you want to do it commercially and sell your patterns as digital products. The next one is iCloud. It's almost like Telenova. If you also put in iCloud on Google, that's my video right there. This second and third one is my video. This is from the owners of the iCloud. You see my video around there. So I'm not telling you things I've not used. I'm not like other YouTube channel people. I tell you what I use, and I give you, advice based on what I use. iCloud, this is their website. iCloud is similar to Telenova, just that I think their pricing is cheaper than Telenova. If you go to their pricing right here, if you go to their pricing, this is their pricing. You can use it free for some time. I think it's just two patterns or something like that. Two PDF patterns. And then that is $9 per month. That is the cheapest, yeah? I think they are doing a sales now, 40% off. So that's it. PDF, DXF, and all that. So you can check that out. So that's it for iCloud. I don't need to go through it because it's similar to, once you know how to use Telenova, you know how to use iCloud. That's just it. And then the last one on the list is SOIST. SOIST is a little bit different. It's also a mix and match of different templates. If you put in SOIST.ai on Google, scroll down, that is my video. That is my video about SOIST. So if everything I've mentioned here, if you want to learn how to use them, just go through my YouTube channel. You will see the videos on how to use them. So this is what SOIST looks like. SOIST has two different kinds of CAD pattern making programs. There's this one that is called the Online Sewing Pattern Designer. This is a mix and match, just like you would use it on Telenova. They have different templates. You have sleeve templates, collar templates, skirt templates, different kind. All you have to do is to mix and match it and develop a style. For instance, if you want to develop a dress in SOIST, if you click on dresses, it will take you somewhere and then to ask you, is it a fitted dress? Is it an oversized? Is it a body form? What do you want? If you want a fitted dress, you click on fitted. And then you tell you what is the size of the dress. If you want it to be maybe below your knee, a little bit, you click on it. You know, how is the dress supposed to look like? Is it a wraparound? Is it a Reagan sleeve? Okay, if you want a wraparound, you click on it. Okay, how is the wraparound supposed to be? You know, so you see, it's just a click thing. You don't even need to know how to, how to do patterns. You just a click something, and then you just develop a pattern that you want. You know, so that is the way it is. You can change any one you want. Maybe you want to make it a little shorter or longer. You can just change it. Then you develop your pattern. Then how is the waist? Let's say you want it to be like this. So how is the bottom supposed to be like the skirt part of it? You see different kinds. You want it to just choose the one you want. Let's say you want it to be like this, you know. So then how is the, do you want it to have pockets? How is the pocket supposed to be? Different things. That's just the way. You just make your own design. And then when you want to download it, you just pay $3. I think it's about $3, between $3 and $4 for the pattern. The only bad thing is that whatever pattern you generate from this, you cannot sell it as a digital pattern. You can sew it and sell, but you cannot sell it. So that is it. So that's it. Those are the 10 affordable CAD pattern drafting software for the home sewer. The video is long, but I hope that you try your hands on one of them. And then drop your comments. If you have any challenges with any of them, drop your comments. I read all my comments and I respond to them. So if you watch to the end, thank you so much for watching because it's quite long. So stay tuned for my next video. Hi, I came across a website where you can upload the back part and the front part of a sketch of your style, and it converts it to PDF patterns. If that interests you and you don't want all the hassles of going through the learning curve of CAD pattern drafting, stay tuned. Hi, my name is Enorita James. In my channel, I take you by the hand and I show you how to shift from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. Today's video is very interesting. I'm just going to stop there. Let's check out this website. The very first thing you need to do, of course, is to get your design. I generated this design with ChatGPT. Just give it a prompt according to the idea that you have, and ChatGPT can generate it. You can also use Canva AI, Canva Dreamlab AI, and you can generate a design. Or if you don't know how to write any kind of prompt to generate designs, you can get a design from Pinterest, upload it onto ChatGPT, and tell it to write a prompt for you to generate a similar design. And most times when it does that, it gives you a design that is completely different from what you uploaded. If you want me to do a video on how to generate prompts to generate different designs or to create your brand and all that, drop your comments below and I'll do a full video tutorial showing you how you can generate different kinds of styles using different kinds of prompts without even stressing yourself on how to generate styles. So once I generated this style, I now uploaded it onto ChatGPT. That's the style here. Uploaded it onto ChatGPT and I put this prompt. I want to upload a dress design for you. I need you to create a sketch of the back and front of the design. So I gave it that very simple prompt, which you can also do when you have uploaded the style. Because for this software that is called MULTISIZE, you need a sketch. You can't put in a design, you need to convert it to a sketch. So that's what we are doing first. So when I did that, ChatGPT gave me this, the front and the back of the sketch. So that is the first thing that we need to do. Now let's go back to the website and let's upload this onto the website. I'm now in Buildbury. And the amazing thing that I really want to say is that the page is very easy. There is no complication here. It just shows you exactly what you need to do. So we are going to upload the font design. I have it here. Where is it? Front. That's the design here. So that's the front part, and then I'm going to upload the back part of the design. That's the back part, and once you've done that, you just click on make pattern, and then you choose the size. Like me, I think I'm size 14. Anyway, let's just choose any size for now, for the sake of illustration. Let me take size 14. Confirm. So it will generate the patterns for you, as you can see here. But see what is here: garment type, jacket and coat. So I don't know why it should be there, but then according to the video, we'll now look for what it's supposed to be. I'll make it a dress. Yes, a dress. Then if I come here to dress type, I'll put it a skirt and a top. Torso type, 2 shoulders. Because sometimes, you know, some dresses might not have shoulders. Mine has 2 shoulders. And then the skirt type, I would say it's a standard skirt. Standard skirt. There's really no design on it. Standard skirt. It doesn't have any hood. So I don't need to include that. Exclude. So that's it. Just be looking like it doesn't have any collar, no filter. Waistband, there's no waistband. Left sleeve, include it. Right sleeve, include it. Sleeve curves, you know, there are a lot of things here. Just adjust it according to what your style is like. That's no filter. I don't have pockets. I don't have pleats. So once you're done with that, you just click here for it to regenerate your pattern. And it generates your patterns for you. So now your patterns have been generated, and then this is your workspace. Now once you get to your workspace, you can click here to start a tour, but you know, check out how to use it. Like if I click here to start a tour, it will be telling you the tools of how to use it. Edit, open tools to adjust your pattern. It shows you where that is. You know. Number 2, Steam, save, export and add. It shows you how to do that. Number 3, so it just shows you exactly how to use this your workspace. You know. Number 3, it shows you how to navigate, pan, zoom, or move your patterns around your workspace. These are the tools that you can use to do that. And of course, number 4, these are quick tools to show or hide your measurements, your seam allowances, and your notches. That is the tool that you use. And then number 5, adjust settings, customize the garment grid, you know, the seam allowance and your size preferences. That is this particular panel down here. And then of course the last one, it shows you help and support. This particular eye tool up here, top right, when you click on it, you can chat with a support. I have not tried that to see how effective their support system is. But you can try that and you can drop your comments and let us know. So let's exit the tour. So these are your patterns. This is what your patterns look like. I have not downloaded it to see whether this really works. But at least it shows you that there's something like this And because it is new, and I'm sure they are still improving on it, but it's good for you to know, you can try your hands on it. Because once you register, you have, I think, 14 points to use. And in those 14 points, you can generate 14 patterns. Like this particular one I've generated, it has taken 1 point away from my 14 points, and it lasts for 2 weeks. So you can try your hands on it. So let's look at all these parametric pattern editor. Once you click on it, you can edit your patterns. See here? So you can adjust the measurements here. You can adjust it. So it's not something that is cast on stone. You can adjust it. Everything can be adjusted. This shows you the measurements they use to generate these patterns. So if there's any measurement here that doesn't tally to your measurements, you can just adjust it the way you want to adjust it. Like let's say this skirt length now, if I want to adjust it, let me see. I'll change it to, maybe I'll change it to 54. It will adjust everything and shift it. So now if you want to bring it back to what it was, you reset it and then it comes back to what it was. And I also know that you can save it again. I also know that you can adjust it. Let me see. If you want to add seam allowance, you can click there to add seam allowance. And then you can also click here to let it show you the names of each of the pattern pieces. You can see here the names. If I expand it a little bit, see here, this is the top back part. This is also the top back left part. And then they give you all the measurements of each of it. What the measurements are, in centimeters. These are what the measurements are. And let me be sure, is this in centimeters or let me see. Ever wondered how you can change your CAD pattern drafting skill to revenue? You do not need to be a professional. Just start with an idea or a picture. This course will actually show you step by step how to turn your sketches or pictures into digital CAD patterns that you can sell on a digital website and begin to generate revenue. If that interests you, then click the link below and start your journey on earning with your digital skills. So now, if you also want to use the seam allowance, you can click it to remove it, you can click it to add it. So you have your seam allowances here. So that's essentially what it is. If once you're satisfied with it, and here you can also change the allowance. If you want to decrease it or increase it, you can use the arrows to increase or to decrease. So I think you should just try it, play around with it, and see what comes out of it. As I said, this is new. I just came across it. I think it's new. The thing is still under construction, but from the look of it, it looks like something that will really solve the problem of the long curve of learning CAD pattern drafting. If this really works, because I cannot really see whether it works or not until I download it and put it together and see whether there's any form of fitting. Because looking at this sketch pattern, I really don't understand how it is like this. So I don't. I kept thinking of it doesn't look like the sketch that is in my, sketch. But the tops look okay. And the sleeve looks okay. But the skirt is what I really don't get how it is. It doesn't make sense to me. As I said, I think this is just a new thing, but it is good to know that such a thing exists and you can also try your hands on it. So once you're done, you can just go to your export And there are many options that you can export it from: DXF, SVG, PDF. So you can export it and see what it looks like. And once you click on export, it now downloads it for you. That is it here. So that's it for today. I hope you try your hands on it and actually see how it works for you. Thank you so much for watching, and drop your comments when you've tried your hands on it, and let us see what you've also discovered with this new Milberry software that you can convert your pattern sketches to digital downloadable patterns. See you in my next video. If you've been searching the internet trying to find out which particular CAD pattern drafting software you should start with, if you're somebody that loves pattern drafting and you have been doing pattern drafting manually for many years, and you want to graduate from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting, and you have been asking yourself, where do I start? This video is for you. Hi, my name is Enorita James. In my channel, I take you by the hand and I show you how to transit from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. I did a video on 7 free CAD pattern drafting softwares that you can start with today. And it did very well. In this video, I'm going to be comparing several free CAD pattern drafting softwares. I'm going to be going in depth to show you the differences in each of these pattern drafting softwares. And at the end of the day, you will know the particular one to start with. You will know the particular one to download and begin your journey on CAD pattern drafting software. If that is you, then stay tuned. Don't go away, because this video is for you. Let's get started. Before we go on, if you've not subscribed to this channel, I think you should, especially if you really want to learn CAD pattern drafting. It doesn't cost you anything, but you will gain a lot. Let's continue. Ever wondered how you can change your CAD pattern drafting skill to revenue? You do not need to be a professional. Just start with an idea or a picture. This course will actually show you step by step how to turn your sketches or pictures into digital CAD patterns that you can sell on a digital website and begin to generate revenue. If that interests you, then click the link below and start your journey on earning with your digital skills. I've actually tested over 6 free CAD pattern drafting softwares. And when I say free, there are some that are not actually completely free. But the trial version is virtually more like using it free. Whatever I teach on my channel is what I have used. I do not teach based on what I hear. I teach you and I show you exactly how to use whatever software I'm going to be mentioning here. The very first one is Simly 2D. This one is the most powerful and truly free option for you out there if you want to learn CAD pattern drafting. Simly 2D is open source. It drafts parametrically. The word parametrical simply means that you use formulas to be able to draft patterns. That means once you have a formula and you put in a measurement, Simli2D will use that formula and then create your pattern. And the important thing and most amazing thing about parametric pattern design is that once you've drafted a particular size, because the formulas have already been formed, all you need to do is a click to be able to draft a different size of the same pattern. This is Simli2D. This is my own Simli2D that I use to draft numerous patterns. This is what it looks like. It looks a little bit intimidating for you if you're new to this, but that is not something that should worry you. I have a YouTube channel here where I have a playlist right here. That is my playlist. I have over 30 videos showing you how to download Simli2D, how to start with Simli2D, what every tool in Simli2D can do for you, how to create patterns. I even have patterns that I created and derived from my basic block. There's a lot here. I even have another playlist here where I take you through how to derive different kinds of sketch styles from your basic sketch block. So as I said, whatever I'm talking to you is not something I've not used, it's something I have used truly. So that's number one, Simli2D. Now, what are the cons? Simli2D has a learning curve, but believe me, the learning curve is not as long as other sophisticated CAD pattern drafting softwares like Marvelous Designer or like 3D Glue, 3D, sorry. It's not like all those ones. Yes, it has a learning curve, but I've made it very simple for you by giving you practical step-by-step videos on how to go through learning Simli2D. Before I go on to the next free CAD pattern drafting software that I'm going to be talking about, I want to show you that if you just put in Simli2D in Google and you scroll down to the video section, these are all my videos to show you how much work I've done with Simli2D to make it easy for you, especially if you're serious about learning CAD pattern drafting and shifting from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. I just wanted to show you that. And if you want to download Simli2D, I have a video on that, taking you step by step how you can download it. And once you get to their website, this is their website, it's very simple. Once you go here, you'll be able to download the website. As I said, check out that my playlist. I have a dedicated video taking you through step by step how you can download your Simli2D, especially for Windows computer. So that's it on Simli2D. The next one I want to talk about is the Valentina. Valentina is a sister to Simli2D, really. There is no real much difference, you know, especially when it comes to using it to draft your patterns. The only thing is that a lot of people prefer Simli2D because Simli2D, as I said, is completely free. Valentina, on the other hand, is not so completely free like that. They have some subscription packages, which I'm going to show you in a moment. I have a dedicated video where I compared Simli2D to Valentina software. I think you should watch that thing so that you are not confused, because basically they look alike. If you go to Valentina software, Valentina website right here, they actually look alike. But the difference is that if you scroll down, you see that there's a subscription here. There's a subscription for more things. And the reason I don't really use it is that if you take a look here, if you're using the free version, you cannot download the current versions. You can't. I mean, how do you continue to work with historic versions, and when there's anything new or, you know, that is implanted, you cannot use it in the free one? So as I said, in this video, I'm comparing the software, CAD pattern drafting softwares that are completely free, doesn't have any hidden charges. And if there are hidden charges, I'm bringing it to your attention. So basically, people think that Valentina is completely free. It is not. Yes, you can use it to draft a lot of basic patterns, but there are little things that you cannot get. Like look at the user manual, which you really need. It's very important. Without the user manual, I would not have been able to use Similitude. It is not free. It is not free. So there are a lot of things here in Valentina software that is not free, unlike Similitude that is completely and totally free. No hidden charges, The only thing is that when it comes to grading with Valentina, is a little bit a click thing rather than with Similitude. Similitude, you need to do, download your patterns in different sizes differently. You cannot nest it as you normally nest grading. So that is it. Let's go to the third one. The third one is SOIS CAD. It is best for getting a fitted pattern quickly. This does not involve any kind of download, and it can work on your browser. It's quite very, very simple to use. And if you're somebody that doesn't want to, go through the headache of learning the ropes of CAD pattern drafting, but you just want to get some digital patterns and sew your dress, then SOIS CAD is best for you. I also have, let me see, let's go to Google again. Let me put in SOIS. I also have some dedicated videos on my YouTube channel about SOIS. SOIS 2 is not completely free. Yes, they give you a free download. This is my video on SOIS, this particular one. SOIS tutorial, registration, download, free patterns. That's my video. So I have quite some videos on SOIS. If you want to actually, this is another one. SOIS, okay, that's the same one. That's another one, introduction to SOIS. I have videos on SOIS. This is another one, designing your own dress pattern in less than 10 minutes, SOIS. So even if you put in SOIS, you come across my video from Google. And SOIS actually is, as I said, it's not a software per se. It is a kind of website where you already have templates. You have sleeve templates, you have skirt templates, you have collar templates, you have upper dress templates, a lot of things there that are already done for you. Your own is to just mix and match it, and then you get your style. Now, what are the cons? It is not a page for you to draft. There's nothing like a drafting tool there when it comes to SOIS. And then it requires an internet. This is just best for home sewers that are really frustrated with ill-fitting commercial patterns. They want custom fit, because with SOIS too, you input your own measurements, and you get out a pattern that is specifically for your body shape and your body size. Before I go, the next one is White Rabbit CAD. For me, this is the most friendly, the most easy to learn CAD pattern drafting software. It is not completely free. I'm going to show you their website. It's not completely free. But if you're somebody that is afraid to actually learn the ropes of CAD pattern drafting, I think it's best you start with White Rabbit. As I said, it is not free, but the demo version you can use as long as you want. You can try all the tools, you can use it to be able to learn a lot. And if you look at their interface, it's very, very, very easy to learn. It is genuinely usable for learning and for practice. It is the most intuitive. And it has a visually modern interface. Of all the ones I'm going to mention here, this has a very modern, easy to use interface. You can do that manipulation with just a click. Let me just show you their site. Let me see. To be able to use White Rabbit, you need to download it, of course, on your computer. And they go manual once you've downloaded. They give you short videos on every little tool. They show you how to use it, and it's so intuitive, really. I've used it. As I said, whatever I'm telling you in this video is everything I've used. They have a forum. They have a very detailed manual, which you can get. So this is their site. This is how to get to their site. tsoli.com/whiterabbitcad. Once you put that in Google, you can get to their site. And you can use it, go through the manual and everything. I have detailed videos. For instance, if you put in White Rabbit in Google, White Rabbit CAD in Google, the very first videos you see there are my videos. Those are my videos. As I said, there is nothing I'm teaching you I've not used. Videos that take you through how to use it, how to get to the manual, how to understand the tools. I have videos for you. So it's not as if you're even going to start afresh. If you go through my videos, you understand better how to use White Rabbit CAD. The other one that I did not put in my list, but I need to mention it, is Pattern Maker Pro. Pattern Maker Pro is not free, but it's one of those softwares that you can buy and own. Guys, you just do a one-time payment and you own it. That's one thing I like about it. And the demo version, they have a demo version. If you come to their site here, if you go to their demo version, you can use it. You can use it as long as you want. But you may not be able to print out whatever you design. But I mean, if it's enough for you to use, try different kinds of styles that you want to design. And you can, it's amazing. And once more, if you put in Pattern Maker Pro in Google, Pattern Maker Pro, modern pattern drafting software, these are my videos. So in case you might not search and find them on my YouTube channel, if you just put in this Pattern Maker Pro, you'll see my videos. I have a lot of videos on Pattern Maker Pro. A lot. So you see my videos right there for you to try it out. They also have a YouTube channel where you can also try. This is their YouTube channel. You can also click there to watch their videos. And their manual is very detailed. For anybody, if you're serious about learning how to draft patterns, their manual here is so detailed, because I had to go through it to be able to use it. It's so detailed, really. To be able to use, there's a lot. How to install it, quick start, everything. There's a lot in their manual. So if you're serious about that, then I think you should go for that. Go for that. The next free one is the freesewing.org. Now, this is also best for custom fitted downloads from an existing library. It is open source, it is browser based. The free sewing code, it drafts for you, it enters your measurements, generates perfectly fitted versions of a community designed pattern. Now, you cannot actually design original patterns with free sewing. You can't design original patterns. That is why it's only best for anyone that wants custom fitted patterns without learning to draft. So this is their website. It's completely free, really. Free bespoke sewing patterns. if you want something that is completely free too, this is it. And the signing in or registration is very, very easy. But you need to pick a design, add your measurements, and then customize that pattern. So you cannot design something from scratch by yourself. That's just the difference. Even though it's completely free, you can't, So you can go ahead and check that out. The reason I don't use this much is because I am limited. You cannot be flexible in designing your patterns. That is why, as I said, Simli2D is my one and only free one that I use most of the time. So that's it on free sewing patterns. Inkscape. You cannot use Inkscape if you are new to pattern drafting, because Inkscape basically is not specifically for pattern drafting, even though it is completely free. It's best for people that already know drafting and they just want a free vector finishing tool. They want a free open source vector graphics program, something that is similar to Adobe Illustrator. It doesn't have a native drafting tool. It doesn't have this seam allowance button like Simli2D. It doesn't have any formula thing. You need to use your head and see how you can actually use it. That is why it's best for people that actually know how to draft, and you can actually know how to go around it to use to draft patterns. It's completely free. There's no limitation really. You can export whatever you draft in PDF, SVG, DXF, It's okay if you want to go for it. You could also try your hands on it and see. There are a lot of videos online that talk about Inkscape. So let's get to the most interesting part. Which of these free CAD pattern drafting softwares is actually best for you? For you to be able to know which one to start with, it depends on where you are right now. Are you just like a fish out of water? You don't know anything about CAD pattern drafting? Or have you just tested pattern drafting, CAD pattern drafting, and you really want to know which one is best for you? Or have you been doing CAD pattern drafting, but you want to shift to another one that you feel might be more suitable for you? Let me break it down. So which of these tools is exactly right for you? So let's do a quick comparison. Simli2D is actually professional grade, parametric. It needs a steep learning curve, and it's best for you seriously if you want to start a pattern drafting business where you actually sell PDF patterns as digital products. I would say you should go for Simli2D, because with Simli2D, you're serious, you want to make money selling patterns. That means you'll be serious to spend the time to learn Simli2D. And you're not alone. I already have, as I said, over 30 videos in my YouTube channel. If you put in Simli2D now into YouTube, you'll see my videos. If you put in Simli2D into Google, you will see my videos. So I already have videos that will take you by the hand and guide you through learning Simli2D if you're serious. Valentina is virtually the same. The reason I use more of Simli2D is because I have more features that are free. Valentina is also free, but there are some updates you cannot do in Valentina, And especially if your computer is not Windows, if you're using Linux computer, Valentina works better on Linux computer. Then sewing CAD, this one is browser based. It is for quick fitted patterns. If you know how to draft manual patterns, but you just want a quick pattern that you don't need to stress your head or to learn how to draft it from scratch, then you go for Sewis, because Sewis already has the templates. You only need to choose the sleeves you want, choose the bodies you want, choose the skirts you want, and all that, and you're ready to go with a pattern. White Rabbit, this is the most intuitive, and it is great for beginner. The only challenge is that you cannot export what you create. If you're a beginner and you want to learn CAD without it looking too complicated, start with White Rabbit CAD. I have videos on it. Put in White Rabbit CAD. Under videos, you'll see my videos there. Or you go to my YouTube channel, you will see White Rabbit videos. I talked about it a lot. freesewing.org is almost like Sewist, but it is free. So it's not completely free, because once you put in the patterns, you need to pay about $3 to download it. It's cheap, but not completely free. I have a lot of videos of Sewist. You can check that out. And then Inkscape. This is not a pattern drafting tool. It requires drafting knowledge. So Inkscape is for you if you don't want to pay any money, you don't want to use Simly 2D, you just want to, try this Inkscape to generate different kinds of patterns. Then Inkscape is for you. So that's my take on the CAD pattern, free CAD pattern drafting softwares. Pattern Maker Pro is between Simly 2D and White Rabbit. Pattern Maker Pro, you can learn it because once you learn Simly 2D, it will be much easier for you to learn Pattern Maker Pro. Let me put it like that. So my recommendations, where do you start? If you're a complete beginner, you don't know anything about CAD pattern drafting, start with White Rabbit. Learn how to use White Rabbit. Then when you become familiar with White Rabbit, you can switch to Simly 2D. Because with Simly 2D, you can actually draft and print out. So if you're completely new and you've been drafting your patterns manually, but you want to go digital, start with White Rabbit. If you just want patterns that fit and you just want to go quickly, do something and sew, go with Sewist. If you know how to draft patterns, and you've tried your hands on a few CAD pattern drafting softwares, I just want to start really drafting patterns for business, go with Simly 2D or Inkscape. Or if you have the money, you buy Pattern Maker Pro. So those are my recommendations. As I said, I have full tutorials on virtually almost all the softwares I've mentioned here. So you can pick your software, come back, go through my videos, and you'll be ready to draft your very first pattern. With this, I've come to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you in my next video. And remember to subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything, but you will gain a lot. Stay blessed. If you're out there and you have been wondering which particular CAD pattern drafting software to choose and to start learning, especially if you're a beginner to CAD pattern drafting and you've been doing all your patterns manually, this video is for you. Because today, a lot of CAD pattern drafting softwares are springing up. And for a beginner, it can become very confusing to know the particular one to choose and to know what stage you really are at in order to know what to choose. In this video, I'm going to be comparing Simly 2D, which is a completely free CAD pattern drafting software, and Pattern Maker Pro, which is a one-off paid CAD pattern drafting software. That is, it is a software that you pay once and you own it for life. So it can be quite confusing because the two sometimes look similar. But in this video, I'm going to try to distinguish the differences between the two so that at the end of this video, you'll be able to make an informed decision on which one to actually start learning depending on what your need is. If that interests you, stay tuned and let's get started. Before I go on to distinguish between Simly 2D versus Pattern Maker Pro, I need you to understand that I am comparing patternmakerpro.com, not patternmaker.com, because some people can make that mistake. There is a CAD pattern drafting software called patternmaker.com. For instance, if you put patternmaker.com, this first one is Pattern Maker Pro, this second one is Pattern Maker software. There are two different softwares produced by two different companies or two different people. So I am comparing Pattern Maker Pro with Simly 2D. I needed to clarify that first, because some people can go and put in Pattern Maker, they will not put in the Pro, and then it will land them here. This is quite different. It's a different software, and the way you can use it is quite different. I have some videos I talked about Pattern Maker software, and I have videos I talked about Pattern Maker Pro, like this kind of video. Now, if you go to something like videos, see patternmaker.com, you see quite a lot of videos there. If you put something like Pattern Maker Pro, you see my videos. I did a lot of videos on Pattern Maker Pro. See, my videos will come out. So please, I'm comparing Pattern Maker Pro, not Pattern Maker. I needed to clarify that before I start. So what exactly is Pattern Maker Pro? Pattern Maker Pro, if you open it, it will tell you that it is a PWA app. PWA means Progressive Web App. It is not a traditional download that you download and install, but you use it through Chrome, and it runs like a desktop app. You can use it online, you can also use it offline. And any pattern you draft with Pattern Maker Pro, you can save it locally to your browser database. So that means all your patterns are yours. Nobody sees it, nothing. It is your own patterns. It is stored on your own database on your own computer. It uses also what is called this parametric drafting. If you've been watching my YouTube channels, you know that I talk a lot about parametric drafting because I use Simly 2D. Pattern Maker Pro also uses what is called parametric drafting. That means you draft it with formulas. And once those formulas are there, you can draft a whole pattern of a particular style, and then you put in another measurement, and just with a click, the style will adjust itself to that measurement. So that is the amazing effect of using parametric drafting, That is what Pattern Maker Pro uses. Then when it comes to grading with Pattern Maker Pro is quite easy. They have a video in their own YouTube channel where they actually show you step by step how to use their software to be able to do their grading. And I think their grading is quite easy to use. The Pattern Maker Pro, it's quite easy to use it to do their grading. Then let's look at the export options. You can export as a PDF for printing. You can export as SVG, that you can use it on other softwares like Inkscape and Illustrator. You can also export PNGs, that is flat image files. Now, pricing. Pattern Maker Pro is a single one-time payment, as I've already told you, $399. And once you buy it, it is yours for life. There's nothing like a monthly fee. The only thing you need to know is that your license is tied to one computer. That means if you download it on this computer, you cannot use another computer to use it. If you change your computers, you need to contact their support to transfer the software to that new computer. And number 2, you will not clear your browser data without first exporting your patterns. If you clear your browser data, all your patterns are gone. But the good thing is that Pattern Maker Pro also offers a fully functional live demo. For instance, if you go to their website, this is their website here. If you look at the menu, there's a place here where you see demo. The demo version of the Pattern Maker Pro, you have access to everything. You have access to everything. They even give you measurement sets that you can use to try your hands on the Pattern Maker Pro. If you click on measurements here, it takes you through details of how you can take measurements. It can also take you through how you can upload measurements. For instance, if we go to demo here, there's a place here where you can import test measurement sets to use on the demo version of the Pattern Maker Pro. So now that you know what Pattern Maker Pro is, what is Simli2D? Simli2D is what I use in my channel. So before I go on, let me show you that my YouTube channel, I have a playlist taking you through everything you need to know about Simli2D. If you come to my YouTube channel right here, this particular playlist, this particular playlist, Simli2D free CAD pattern drafting software. I have over 30 videos here. Everything you need to know on how to start CAD pattern drafting is in this playlist. So if you're somebody that really wants to learn step by step, you want to be taken by the hand and shown how to learn CAD pattern drafting using a completely free CAD pattern drafting software called Simli2D, check out this. If you scroll down this video you're watching, you'll see a link to this playlist and you can start your journey on learning your CAD pattern drafting. So essentially, if you're just landing on this video, let me tell you what Simli2D is. Simli2D is free, it is open source, it is a cross-platform. You can use it on your Windows, you can use it on your Mac, you can use it on your Linux computers. And it's also a formula-based drafting. It's also a parametric drafting system. You use variables, you use formulas, tied to measurement tables. So every point can be expressed as something. Guys, you can use a formula to be able to create a line so that when you want to use another person's measurements for that particular style, you can just impute the measurement and with a click, the style would adjust itself because you're using formulas to be able to create those patterns. If that is sounding strange to you, please take time and watch my playlist. Everything is explained there for you and you will understand it. Simli2D comes with a Simli.me, which is where you actually impute your measurements. And you can export in PDF, you can export it in DXF. There are other forms, a lot of forms. I have a dedicated video showing you how to export your patterns when you finish with them. It is in that playlist. Now, grading in Simli2D is a little bit different from grading in Pattern Maker Pro. Because the way you grade in Simli2D, you have to generate the patterns separately. You cannot nest them. Unlike Pattern Maker Pro, you can nest the patterns, Simli2D has an active community group where you can put your questions and somebody will answer it. You see other questions from other people that are using it and is well answered. And the community is very active. You can learn a lot, about it. You can learn a lot. Now, the learning curve of Simli2D, well, It's a little bit long, I would say, but that my playlist has made it quite easy for you. If you're really serious, if you go through that playlist, it will make your learning curve, I would say, shorter. Because I really took my time and I taught it as though you don't know anything about CAD pattern drafting. So there's no way you will not understand it, except you don't have any interest in learning it. If you have an interest in learning it, that playlist will really, really help you. Now that you've known exactly what Pattern Maker Pro is and what Simly 2D CAD pattern drafting software is, I'm going to use 7 or 6 categories. I don't know, I think I'll use 6 or 7 categories to actually show you in details the difference between the two. This is to be able to help you make an informed decision at the end of this video. And that is what I said in the beginning of the video, that by the end of this video, you'll be able to make an informed decision to know exactly which CAD pattern drafting software to go for. Let's continue. Let's start with the very first one. Let me talk about the workflow philosophy. How does Pattern Maker Pro work? As I said, Pattern Maker Pro is more intuitive really than Simly 2D. In fact, once you open Pattern Maker Pro as a beginner, it's not so intimidating. This is what the platform looks like once you open it. From the main page, this is the main page. This is the main page of the demo form of the Pattern Maker Pro. And once you click here to take you to the demo, it takes you here. And the very first thing you notice that it's very simple. That means it's a step-by-step thing. It takes you actually guiding you step by step on the platform. You don't need to go and start looking at the manual to say, okay, how do I start? No, it is quite intuitive. Number one, you need to add a measurement set. And once you click on add a measurement set, it will take you to where you actually add a measurement set. You tell it to enter the set information. So if you click add measurement set now, it will now take you to where you will see step by step how you can do that. That is why I said it is very intuitive. It takes you step by step. It's not something that you need to go and check a manual, come back. It will just be guiding you. So that is the functionality of Pattern Maker Pro when it comes to its workflow philosophy. Now, Simly 2D, as I said, uses parametric. But in Simly 2D, you need to create formulas by yourself to be able to use it. That is why for a real beginner, Simly 2D has a learning curve. And I'll keep repeating it. It has a learning curve. But once you can learn it, it becomes for me one of the best and easiest CAD pattern drafting software you can use. And it's not as if you're alone. I have a YouTube channel. I have a YouTube playlist talking all about it. So that's it on the working with Pattern Maker Pro or Simly 2D. Pattern Maker Pro is much better when it comes to grading patterns. Because with Pattern Maker Pro, it has a built-in dedicated grading tool. And you can do your grading and nest your patterns according to the different sizes. Unlike Simly 2D, you can only do grading when you put in multiple measurement tables. I have a dedicated video showing you how to create multiple tables on Simly 2D. Multiple measurement tables and how you can use it. That has different sizes. But once you put in those multi-tables, it's actually easy to create different sizes of a particular pattern when it comes to Simly 2D by just a click. Now, when it comes to creating Pattern Maker Pro, if you go to their YouTube channel, this is the YouTube channel for Pattern Maker Pro. They don't have so much videos, but each video is very, very detailed. There's a detailed video here created by the maker on how you can grade in Pattern Maker Pro. It's a 24 minutes video, so you can go through it and see how easy it is really for you to be able to do grading. If you want to do grading where you nest each of the sizes of the patterns. So let's quickly go to the next one, the next comparison feature that I'm going to use. They are export formats. Pattern Maker Pro, you can export your patterns in PDF, SVG, PNG flat images. Similarly, 2D, you can export PDF, DXF. These are the two differences in it. But similarly 2D, I think for now, you can also export with SVG, with similarly 2D. So let's quickly check that out in the next section of the video. So you see the export formats that you have for similarly 2D. This is a sketch pattern I did on similarly 2D. Now, if you want to learn how to do this, I have a dedicated video showing you how to do this cascade style sketch pattern from your basic sketch block. So let's say we want to download this. I wanted to show you the kind of format that similarly 2D has. So once you've created your piece and you want to download it, you have to go to your layout. Let's say I want to download this now. I'll export this now. I want to show you the formats that you have to export your patterns in similarly 2D. If you come here, which is your format, your export, this is what you get. And now if you come here, it will actually show you the pages, how many pages you have that you're going to have when you export this, that you're going to put together. So you can decide to select all the pages, or you can decide to do just a few of the pages, depends on you. To show you the sizes you can export. So you can click the particular size you want, or for instance, if you want on different sizes, you can just tick it and then it will print out all the sizes for you. But that will take too much paper. I normally print out a size per time. But that is not the issue for today. I want you to see the kind of formats that you can export your patterns when it comes to similarly 2D. If you press this arrow here, you see all the formats that you can export. You see SVG is there. I think before it never used to be there, but there's a lot of updates on similarly 2D these days. So you see all the you can export PDF tiles files. That's the one that that is basic to export, where you can export it, put it together, and put it on your cloth and use. So you can export it as SVG. You can export it as PNG, just pictures. BMP, you can use BMP for most of these 3D fashion drafting, fashion designing softwares. BMP, you can export it as an auto CAD DXF. So there's a lot of formats now on similarly 2D that you can actually use to export your patterns. Let's bring that down. So installation, I've already talked about it. I'm not going to elaborate myself on it. And then the cost, I've already told you what the two costs. This one is $3.99. One-time payment is not a subscription. And this one is, you don't pay anything on similarly 2D. And it's a traditional desktop application. You have to download it on your computer. But this one, as I said, is a progressive web app. So that's it. So those are it. That is the fourth category that I'm using to differentiate Pattern Maker Pro from Simili2D. Let's talk about privacy and data ownership. As I've said before, Pattern Maker Pro is quite explicit about this. Your patterns are saved locally on your browser database. That means you get your patterns on your computer. The Pattern Maker Pro owners, they don't have access to your patterns, neither do they store your files in their servers. So you own your patterns fully. With Simili2D, even though it's an open source software and it is installed locally on your computer, as I've shown you in several videos, your files are also yours. So you find out that both of them are excellent when it comes to privacy and data ownership. Whatever pattern you create belongs to you. You can do whatever you want with it. You can sell it as digital products. Okay, who should choose Pattern Maker Pro? If you want a guided intuitive entry into parametric CAD, because the interface is built specifically for people that want a step-by-step guide. You know, a lot of people don't like reading manuals. But if you have a station where a computer or a system tells you, do this first, once you click on that thing that you're supposed to do, it now shows you how to do that particular thing, and then it shows you the next steps to click on to be able to continue to do the next thing. So that is Pattern Maker Pro. It is a guided intuitive software, you know. Number two, if grading is part of your workflow, that means you need patterns to grade in multiple sizes and you want to nest them. Normally, as you see, the way graded patterns are nested in most of these custom made patterns or commercial patterns, then Pattern Maker Pro is for you. If you want a commercial product with a dedicated developer, you know, you have a real support system. They are really good when it comes to their support. If you have any problems, you write to them, they respond quite fast, you know, and they're always updating it. So if you want that kind of thing, Pattern Maker Pro is for you. If you're running a business and you want to sell your patterns to make it look very, very commercial, you know, Pattern Maker Pro explicitly supports this. As I said, your patterns are yours. You can sell it and do whatever you want. If you have enough money and you're willing to own your own pattern drafting software, you own it. You can use it to draft whatever you want to draft and sell it. If you have $399 one-time payment, then go for Pattern Maker Pro. So who should choose Simili2D? If you do not have the money, you don't have $399, but you want to learn CAD pattern drafting, Simili2D is for you because Simili2D is free. There's no hidden cost anywhere. It gives you full professional CAD capability at zero cost. If you also want to learn the deeper logic of parametric drafting, a formula-based way of drafting, you have the patience and the time to learn to go through the learning curve, Simili2D is for you. And of course, if you need a DXF export, you know, you can export your patterns as DXF, Simili2D. And, you know, with DXF patterns, you can transfer this particular format of patterns to other softwares that you can continue to work on your patterns. So Simili2D too is also good if you just want to try your hands on CAD pattern drafting without investing. It's good for you. My honest verdict. So if you're watching this video and you're a complete beginner who has been looking at Simili2D and you feel overwhelmed by it, you know, it's better you go for the demo of Pattern Maker Pro because there's a demo that you can use to practice. and see it. Try Simli2D first if you have not yet given Simli2D a serious try, meaning that if you can spare 4 to 6 weeks dedicated to learn it, to go through my playlist, you will learn Simli2D, especially if you don't have the budget for Pattern Maker Pro. So that's it on the difference between Pattern Maker Pro and Simli2D. So tell me in the comments, which one are you leaning towards and why? I read every single comment, so I would really love to know which one you will choose. Are you going to go with Simli2D? Because for me, I already have a full beginner playlist for you that you can use and learn. So let me know in the comments which one do you want to choose and why have you chosen it. And if you've gone through my playlist and you have any kind of questions, any kind of confusion, drop it in the comment. As I said, I respond to every single comment. Thank you so much for watching to the end. I'll see you in my next video. Hi. In my last video, I introduced you to another CAD pattern drafting software that is completely free. Now, the difference between this CAD pattern drafting software and Simli2D that I love talking about is that this one is completely cloud-based. And it's not just a 2D pattern drafting software. It also comes with 3D simulation. So I'm going to be doing several videos on this particular software. It is called SimScape. If you've not watched that video, please go ahead and watch that video. You'll find a playlist directly below this video. As you know me, I like taking time to actually look at a CAD pattern drafting software to see if what the producers say it can do, whether it can actually do it. So this is video 2 of my series on SimScape cloud-based digital pattern drafting software. And in today's video, I'm going to be showing you how we can enter our measurements, because everything that has to do with digital pattern drafting starts with entering your measurements. So I'm going to start with the measurements, and I'm going to use a measurement sheet. If you want to follow me and use that same measurement sheet, I have a link below this video that you can download the measurement sheet. It comes from EU size 32 to EU size 48. So you can follow me along, and let's see how easy it is for a beginner to use SimScape. Ever wondered how you can change your CAD pattern drafting skill to revenue? You do not need to be a professional. Just start with an idea or a picture. This course will actually show you step by step how to turn your sketches or pictures into digital CAD patterns that you can sell on a digital website and begin to generate revenue. If that interests you, then click the link below and start your journey on earning with your digital skills. So let's get to SimScape. Once you come to Google, you put in SimScape. And the very first one here Simscape free digital pattern drafting software. You click on it, and once you click on it, it takes you to their website. As I said before, when I introduced this to you in my first video, this is the second video. So if you want to really follow me along and see how you can use this to draft, then this is my second video. So go ahead and watch the first one so that you know exactly what Simscape is all about. So once you land here, we are now going to instead of opening the Pattern Studio where the patterns drafting actually takes place, we are going to scroll down, because what we want to do is to enter the measurement. I discovered that if I go to Pattern Studio to enter measurements, they do not show you exactly where to measure. And for some people, it might be difficult because of the terminology they are using in Simscape when it comes to measurement. And you know, my video is for making digital patterns easier for the beginner, taking you by the hand and showing you how to transit from manual pattern drafting to digital pattern drafting. So once you reach here, you just scroll down, and we're going to come to this body double. And we're going to go to launch. So you see, once you click body double launch, it comes to that, the pattern body shows you an elevator. So what you're going to do now, you see, anywhere you touch, like if I come here and put this here, the cursor here, on the neck girt, you see that it shows me exactly where to measure. So that is the point I want to make. It shows you where to measure, and once you've measured it at your neck, you will now impute the values right here. You impute the values here. If you go to the next one, it shows you where to measure. So that is why I said if you start from this body double, so you can impute your measurements. If you go and start from the actual pattern drafting studio, it doesn't show you really where to measure. I'm going to show you in a second. So as I said, go ahead and do that. As you do that, it will just be showing you. There's a lot here. So if you see, it shows you where to measure, come here. It shows you how to measure it, come here. It shows you how to measure it. So it's very intuitive. So enter your measurements through this method. And once you've entered all your measurements, you can decide to export it and keep it. You can decide to save it and all that. You can decide to reset it back to all these measurements you already have here. So that's what I need you to do in this session. I'm not going to video all that. I've told you what we are going to do. So I'll go ahead and I'll enter my own measurements, exactly my measurements, or I entered the measurements on the measurement sheet. I told you I have a measurement sheet directly below this video. You can click and download it, and you can use any of the sizes, to put in the measurements. So that's how easy it is. Shows you everything and where you are supposed to measure. So you measure it exactly like that. And please try to measure exactly what you see, because this is digital pattern. If you do not measure exactly what is told when you're drafting, you will not get exactly what you want to get. It's a lot of measurements, really. It's a lot, and it will take you probably an hour, 45 minutes to an hour to do this. 45 minutes to an hour for you to be able to do this. So just go ahead and do it, so that in my next video, we are now going to just plot a basic block. It's always best to plot first a basic block, and then we'll see how we can create other styles from that basic block. Just for us to try our hands on Simscape and see whether it is easier than Simly 2D. Now let me show you what happens if you go ahead and start from the Pattern Studio. Like if you come here and if you go to Open Pattern Studio, see, it doesn't show you anything. If you go to body, it just shows you that the measurements you can just put in. Nothing. It doesn't show you. If you come here, it doesn't show you where to measure. But if you know what to measure, you can come and start from here. But for me, I just feel that it's better to start from that body double, so you see exactly how to measure what you're supposed to measure, so that whatever values you're putting in, they're accurate to your size or to the size of the customer or to the size, EU size that you want to actually use, and plot your pattern. This video is not a long one. It's just to show you the best and simplest way I've discovered how you can enter your measurements on Simscape, this cloud-based CAD pattern drafting software. And subsequently, we are really going to dig into it and see how easy it is to use. Thank you so much for watching this one, and stay tuned for my next video where we are going to use our measurements and actually start drafting using Simscape. Stay blessed. I'll see you in the next one.